he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, officer.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm sorry I'm running just a little bit late, but for a really good reason. I was over checking out Voices of Truth, and please go and check out their live from tonight. It was really informative and just really heartfelt and genuine, and I really enjoy being over there in the chat. It's absolutely a nice place to be, and after a day like today, I think that a nice place to be is a good thing, right? So but happy Friday to everyone. I hope you guys all had a good Friday. And then I also wanted to say hi to everyone. So Sammy G, good to see you, Sammy G. And I saw Ann Reynolds. Good night, Ann Reynolds. I hope you have a good day, and I hope you sell lots of stuff. Also saw little Miss Sharon. And little Miss Sharon, I guess I am an afternoon show, but you have to be in Australia for me to be an afternoon show. That's awesome. And then G864, happy birthday to your mom. I hope she has a wonderful birthday, and I hope you get to spend time with her. And then also I saw Town Chat Cafe. So good to see you, Babs22. Babs, I feel that. I was put in so much of a better mood when I was over at Voices of Truth. And then I also saw Sasha. Good to see you, Sasha. And Show Poodles. I saw Kiki, 2025 True Crime. And C. Taylor the Gum. It's one reason I do not chew gum, because I would be chomping over here and you guys would say, stop chomping like Craddock. And then I saw Mama Dukes. Good to see you, Mama Dukes. And Michelle, Cece, Deanna. So good to see you. And thank you, WV Holler Girl. I hope that you have a wonderful weekend as well. So thank you guys for being here. And the ACDCCC, I had to bring them in because, you know, we're still talking about the PIs and kind of going back to that time, right? And I need to kind of update, because I know the one part of that says that Sebastian, because I made that, believe it or not, I think it was, it's Sebastian almost a year is the line that I put in there. Hey, forget me not, good to see you. And so, yeah, when I see that, I'm like, geez, that was so long ago. And it's been too long, I think, that Sebastian's been missing. Something's really got to give. Hey, Twists and Turns, good to see you. Sasha, good to see you, Sasha. You guys make me laugh. Tonight, there's only a couple of clips, so I probably should have divided it up a little bit better, to be honest. But and then also at the end of the live, I'm gonna link it. I need to be better about linking that in the description for Josh's live. So we're going over Josh Diaz's live from the lab. He also has a lab after dark, so night show. Usually, the way it works out is he's usually on a little bit while I am, and then I always go over to his lives afterwards, and sometimes people pull me out of the bushes in there. So you know who you are. But so yeah, he has the guests, Dr. Gary Brucato, and then also Chris McDonough. So he has them frequently on, and they talk about Koberger at the end. So some really great information on that case. I didn't want to really muddy the waters with that, though. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for dropping Josh's link. But and then his After Dark show is really funny too. So that's kind of comic relief for me at the end of the night. And but really great stuff over at Josh's channel, especially when it comes to getting the expert's opinion. And then there's also and I left it at the bottom, so it's called The Witness Box. And it's mentioned too here, and really good stuff. Like I said, just perspective wise, and from the experts. So, because I'm not an expert, but I like hearing from them and kind of adding in kind of what I've learned if I've read something or what have you. Yes, C. Taylor says, love Josh and Dr. G. Chris M. Yes. And Chris M's wife is so lovely. She is such a lovely lady. I watched their review on the porch interview, and I highly recommend going and watching that, because that was really interesting, especially because his wife was there and she was the one that was kind of behind the camera, and then he's doing the interview. You have Hunter, who is the young man who was with Candace and Summer the day, and Grandis too, the day by the watering hole or water hole. I guess you're not really, I don't know if it's really even a place that most people would swim. I don't know if you're allowed to swim there or what have you, but it doesn't look very inviting. So I'll just put it that way. Hey, Baba Rose, good to see you. Yes, Karen McDonough is a force, right? Babs, yes. And that's what I was saying earlier, too. I'm just so happy to have all of these, really strong women. And then, here I am. I forget the poor, awesome guys that were, we were referring to their expertise. And I'm like, go women. And then, I was like, oh, yeah. And also Josh and Dr. Gary and Chris. And, it was so funny. You know, but I really love, you know, lifting other women up and just being like, hey, good job, you know, like that's my thing. And I've always liked to do that, you know, because I know that sometimes it can feel like a competition and, you know, but really women are so detail oriented. And so if you could get like a really strong group of women together, whoo, that's a force, like Bab said. So, you know, and then also the different ideas, you know, the different perspectives are so valuable. Because we're not all going to think alike. We might, you know, think differently than someone else, and that's perfectly okay, and that's good. And it also kind of makes us think, because even if somebody says something in opposition to what we feel, we start thinking about the different avenues of maybe how we're still right, or even how maybe they are making a good point, right? So it's interesting when we allow for that and we keep an open mind, and then we can really think it out critically, you know, in our brains. And I like that, you know, because even when somebody has a different opinion and I'm like, well, that's ridiculous, but then I still think about it and I think it through, trying to find out why it's so ridiculous to me too, you know. Some of the stuff I'll admit, you know, I'm like, oh gosh, there's no way, like, you know, my brain will shut off completely. But when it's a valid point, it does make you think outside the box a little bit. And hey, I think we can all use that. Okay, so wow, yeah, that's interesting. Thank you, C. Taylor. And she says, and Karen has a background as a reporter and LE info officer. Yeah, so just what a good pair, you know, what a good match. And, you know, both have that angst to find the truth. I see that with Chris McDonough in these interviews where he kind of puts his investigator hat on and he asks the question again and again, you know, and I found that a couple of examples of that. And if I was really critiquing them hard, then I might, you know, want to do a video on that. But it's interesting when I see, you know, Chris's brain turning, you know, the wheels in his head, I guess, turning. And then I'm like, oh yeah, so he's asking this question again, but he's kind of used to doing that. So, you know, this is Sebastian's dad, right? Or, you know, like different things like that. And it's interesting how he asks questions, you know, in a very free manner, which some people, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I ask questions, but I don't know that I would have the angst. But you also have to be really great at follow-up questions. And I think in this case, there seems to be not as many follow-up questions being asked. So I did want to verify information. So I do find this coming from a reliable source, that it is alleged that there may have not been a thorough analysis of the prescription of Sebastian's glasses, as if law enforcement didn't take the time to match the prescription or see if it matched. And that's, you know, allegedly, in my opinion, but I did confirm it with a reliable source, also in my opinion. So, Cinderella, good to see you. You know, so I just want to kind of reinforce what I saw earlier on Crime Time Buzz. And, you know, I'm sorry if I didn't get to watch the entire thing, but I kind of got the general idea. The area, and we talked about this last night. So the area in which Sebastian's glasses were found, according to Seth, it was by one of the people that was searching, right? They were doing searches in the beginning quite frequently. Seth was, you know, bringing people, well, people were coming out to help him, right? And so somebody did find a pair of glasses that did not appear to be the same ones as Sebastian, but I don't know if it was just the word was taken as gold, or, you know, I mean, because even so, like I said, you could fingerprint, you could look, you could match the prescription. Meg said that last night, you know, and I was thinking his prescription medications, and I wasn't, you know, really on the same page. And then I'm like, oh yeah, his prescription for the glasses. Yeah. Why wouldn't they match up, or why wouldn't they take the time to match that at least? Because I was thinking whoever had their hands on the glasses last would have left, DNA. And so that was where my brain was going. And then with the prescription, I was thinking medications for some reason. But I mean, again, it would be for your eyes. So that would be a good indicator of whether those are Sebastian's or not. So, but it does not appear that that was considered. The location of the glasses was not terribly far, and if I'm remembering correctly, they were found on the road or near, outside near the road, and then also near the Flying Monkey Socks residence. So, I mean, again, I'm not an investigator, but that would bring, if I knew that clue, at least that, where were the glasses found, would be a major clue, right? Or something to consider when you're solving. And so I'm just wondering why that wouldn't have been considered if it was in the vicinity of where any of the family members, and I don't care who it is. I'm not partial to that. I just want to find out what happened to Sebastian and where he is. So, because again, it doesn't matter, even if he's hidden somewhere, he's hidden against his will, and he's been away from his mom and his dad, right? And I mean, as I said before, there's no doubt in my mind that he loves his mom and his dad. So he'd be away from them. It would be a major disruption in his scheduled events, right, and days, and it would not be pleasant for him. So either way, he's not he's going to need justice for being away from his family for that long. Something happened to where someone took him out of his environment. If he is, say like the school theory, if he was to be somewhere in a school or even a medical facility. I mean, I hate to think that would be hidden, but there's things that, have made me believe, documented cases of this, phenomena or occurrence, right? Babs22 says, I swear I've always wondered why the glasses were dismissed without contacting his optometrist. He's worn glasses for years. Exactly. And, that would be a huge key to it, right? That would almost be the easiest thing, right? Is just, okay, first things first, let's see if these could possibly be his. And that would be the prescription check. But to just show them to Katie, if she was to say no and, just say that she does have something to do with this. I mean, if you are guilty of something, you're not going to tell on yourself typically, unless, you tell on yourself kind of inadvertently, maybe, the police bring it to you and say, are these Sebastian's? And you're like, you have a reaction to them, like, oh my God, I can't believe they freaking found those, like then the police can use that, or they will pick up on that. And, that's a little bit different. And then again, they would have a clue, which they obviously need to get a clue. Little Miss Sharon says Ellie fingerprinted nothing. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand why they didn't do that too, just to see. Because, like, say they were a match, then you would want to see, well, is it Sebastian's, only his prints on them, or his mom's prints on them? Obviously, that would be normal if his mom's fingerprints were on them, because that's her son and she lived there, and that sort of thing. So but if there was a foreign print on there of somebody else, then that would indicate that somebody tossed his glasses out the window, say, or something like that. I didn't see the confirmation. When was that for Little Miss Sharon? I didn't see them fingerprint anything either. No, I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they did do that. Kathy says, in my opinion, I heard there's a cemetery not real far from where the glasses were found, like right behind the house on that street. Yeah, so there was a cemetery close by. There was, to my knowledge. And I mean, I don't know the significance of the cemetery necessarily, except for its location, which would be situated near all of these people, you know, on that side of the family. You know, very close, like you said, like, you know, very near there. Well, and what did they do with the glasses exactly? Cece, that's a great question. I mean, you know, and was anyone else asked about the glasses? I mean, obviously, I think Seth had seen them because he had bagged them up, to the best of my recollection. Yeah, they never, CP said they never fingerprinted the house. So why is there no refill of his prescriptions or meds or no optometrist appointment for over a year? I mean, that's a good question. Did they, you know, I mean, if he, say he was at like one of those schools, you know, which, like I said, it's a very low percentage for me, you know, it's a very low percentage. I would hope that, you know, at the very least, even though those schools seem to be like very abrasive and abusive, just to be completely honest, with what I've witnessed, and it's basically from like victim accounts. So, you know, in the movie, documentary, The Program, this young lady is going back to the school, and they actually found like records of all of this, and even, you know, DVDs of the guards, well, I guess they're guards, like attacking the kids, right? So like beating on them, putting them in small rooms and making them sit there for hours and hours. You know, I mean, it would be better than the alternative. But I get what you're saying, Babs. Like, if there's no, you would think that Sebastian would still need to have his medications refilled, and like you said, his prescription could have changed, and you know, that's exactly what Mama Marissa said too. And you know, I echoed it when I was putting out descriptions in the comments or in the chat, because we don't really know like what Sebastian looks like today, right? Because it has been so long, so over a year. And then also, you know, his hair was seeming to be getting like darker, you know, kind of like his dad's, you know. And my daughter's hair did that too. She had light hair when she was little, and then as she got older, it was darker, right? And my hair's not this black. I dye it black, but you know, either way, I still have dark hair. I mean, it's the same color as my eyebrows. So, but I'm just saying that, you know, Sebastian's appearance may not be what we see in the last photos of him. You know, and I mean, at the Texas Roadhouse is in my opinion, you know, obviously the most recent one. Also, this photo is recent too. This is when Seth took Sebastian to get his boots, and I think they're at the boot barn. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But just a handsome young guy, but still his hair is very light in this photo too. So I mean, just something to keep in mind when, you know, we're keeping our eyes peeled for him. So you know, and then also his weight may have changed. You know, he might have gotten a little bulkier, and guys, you know, guys do that. Hey Meg, thanks for being here. Hey little Redo. Yeah, I agree. In my mind, it's less than a 2% chance for me. Little Redo says, yeah. And you know, I mean, believe me, I considered it, because there was another school, and Meg, you're gonna have to help me out with this one too, because I forgot. Hey, Magic Star. I forgot. What was that other school that you sent me the TikToks of? It was a completely different school than the program. Dang it. He is so handsome, C. Taylor. You know, and Sebastian's got a great personality too. Like this picture. Where's the one that I had from? This one. He's he just he's so cute. You know what I mean? Like just like warm personality. He really does. I like having him up there better than those two. Bab says if they have him in a school, then he will be released when he's 18. I just don't think that is the case. Yeah, and like there's this another. I saw another nut job, which gosh, but I'm sorry, this is absolutely insane to me. But this lady was like talking about how you guys shouldn't be talking about Sebastian anymore and da da da. And when he's 18, he's gonna come and yell at everybody. And I'm like, well, God willing. Crazy. But no, I think that's where my hope lies, because at least somebody would be taking care. But then again, the odd thing is that when I consider the fact that Katie doesn't seem bothered or urgent, then I'm like, well, maybe she does know where he is, and maybe he is being taken care of. And that makes my brain think that, in that way, that could be a possibility. But yeah, he could be super big in here, my guess. Yeah, well, he could, because Katie says that he was getting facial hair, and then Seth even also confirmed that too, and said, yeah, he was getting a mustache, and so he could have facial hair. That's another big one, right? Because he was just kind of hitting that kind of age, right? And then also when he was at his birthday party, I noticed that he had like a very, like a deeper voice, like what Katie was describing when she was on Queen Bees the last time. So you could kind of hear the bass in his voice, right? Kathy says, in my opinion, my hair was medium brown in the summer and almost black in the winter. Yeah, almost gray. Yeah, Kathy, that's true. Like some people's hair does lighten in the summertime. Yeah, because and too, didn't they have that stuff called like sun in, and then you put it in, it kind of lightens your hair. That stuff never worked for my hair because it's too dark, but I remember that. Thank you, Meridell Achievement Center. Listen to how. Okay, so this is what's crazy about this. Like, okay, that these schools like pass off like they're these like kind of a prestigious, like, oh, we have this great program and your child is going to get like top notch, education, and then they don't provide that. And some of the, like, even in the program, the kids were not at a level that was even recognized as graduating high school. Like they had to go get their GED and stuff like that. So, but they would graduate them out of the program, but then they would go to get a job or something, and they'd be like, well, you don't have a diploma. And it's like, well, this is where and it's crazy, like Meridell Achievement Center. I mean, what in the world? A bad place. Yeah. And there were numerous victims' testimonies saying, or like, it would probably be more like not even a testimony, but account, right, of like what they went through being there, and it was very traumatic. And there was a very high rate of people who were like physically and then mentally, emotionally, and SA'd and all of that. Like there was so many stories, especially even in the program, because not everybody was treated the same way, and some of them were, essayed and stuff. And it reminded me when I did the research on one of the behavioral schools that in Gallatin, Tennessee, that they were thinking about putting Sebastian, and Seth said no, because it doesn't even take a lot of research to find out that there's been, notable abuse, and then also like children who have lost their lives. Manchester, New Hampshire did an expose. They sent some children to Gallatin for help, and they pulled them and did like a huge expose on Gallatin, Tennessee, that school. Yeah, exactly. I think so too. Sasha. Sebastian's extremely strong. Yeah, boned, and his structure is solid. He just needed extra food. Yeah, and the role was a big indicator that I don't think that Katie was allowing for him to kind of eat like a growing boy would. Because again, I mean, it's one thing if your child is, battling, like, I don't even like to call it childhood obesity. If your child's overweight, yes, you might want to help them to make better choices or something like that. But it was also odd that it was complimentary role. They were out to eat. I also think that like you got to get a pass. At least I say that they don't count. If you're out to eat, the calories don't count, right? So an extra roll isn't going to hurt anybody. But, and then also exercising is good too. And if he's always inside not doing anything, then if they're worried about his health, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me either. Because then they would let him go out and, play and stuff. I hate the thought of it too. Bab says, I hate the thought of him being in a school like the ones they wanted to put him in. Breaks my heart. But those schools are paid and get away with so much trauma. Yeah, I mean, they get away with so much. And, the program, it was the young lady, she was like trying to explain this to her dad, and her dad's heart was broken. Like he didn't realize even what he was doing when he put her in there. He just knew that they had come to him and been like, well, you don't want your daughter to end up, passed away if you don't get her the help you need. And like as a parent, I can understand how that would be very scary, and how somebody could be manipulated into thinking that, hey, I've tried everything, again, Paris Hilton's parents, did this to her too. And she's spoken on it, and it was Provo, Utah, because there's like, I mean, these places are all over. That's why last night I was like, is there a specific connection with the PA thing? Because if not, I mean, they're all over, and Utah's a big place for that, or I should say it's common there. Sasha says he needed his snacks a lot for many reasons, and I wonder if he likes Pop-Tarts. I love them. Sasha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And maybe it's just like me, but like, I don't know. I like feeding people, and I don't understand it. And like, I was very upset with the roll situation. See, Taylor says, if so, somebody's getting bracelets when he turns 18 and leaves the school. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, like, that's what's kind of hard for me to believe too, that that like, especially even a medical facility or something would withhold some, a child. But then again, I'm like thinking, well, maybe they don't know, or, it could be a lot of things. And if he does just pop in when he's 18, someone will have some explaining to do, right? See, Taylor, I mean, I pity the fool that has kept him this long. And, I mean, I don't know if you could be the most hated person on the planet, but I think that person would be pretty close in the true crime space anyway. Yeah, even 2 a.m. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I woke up in the middle of the night too. Sasha says at any time, even at 2 a.m. Like, sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and like you can't go back to sleep, so you fix yourself like a snack, right? Or like a tea or whatever, like to kind of calm you down or whatever. And I mean, I know that's probably not always the healthiest option, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, and especially again, he just didn't seem like he was welcome to just grab food as he wanted it. And that's proven with the role, you know. And if you guys don't know, I'm sorry, I probably sound like a doofus. I'm like, the roles, and you guys are like, what are you guys talking about? So at the Texas Roadhouse, Justin with Clutched on Pearls, he caught this moment where Katie goes and she grabs, okay, so they give you rolls at the restaurant, right? When you sit down, they'll give them to you. And Katie had taken 2 rolls and it looked like there was 3 left. So maybe Sebastian, and I don't know for sure, but maybe he had already eaten one of them, right? And so whatever, but Katie takes 2 out of the basket and then there's one sitting there and Sebastian goes to grab that one after he watches her put butter on her rolls and prepare them for her to eat. And then like he goes to go grab a roll, but she like tells him no. I don't even know that she says much at all. You can't really tell, it's her profile. But Sebastian pulls his hand away so fast that it kind of makes you think that she said, no, you're not allowed to have that, right? Because I mean, all we can do is interpret what we're seeing because there's no sound, you know. So, but you know, the basket of rolls, he goes to grab one and then he pulls away quick. That's just not normal to me. I just wouldn't do that. And I wouldn't shame my child if they wanted another biscuit or roll. You know, I to me, I think kids and everybody, like, we need to love each other for who we are, not what we look like, right? And then making a kid who's still learning and growing and making them feel guilty about them eating, like that's why people have, you know, a weird relationship with food or feel bad about themselves or say negative things in their, you know, about themselves, negative self-talk, you know, is because of sometimes because of that, you know. And I just feel sorry for Sebastian that he couldn't have it. I just feel like he could have had an extra roll. Dang it. Bab says, bottom line, Katie and Chris wanted him gone, and if they put him away somewhere and have lied to Ellie and so many for so long, God is the only mercy they will have. I agree with that 100%. Babs, you know, and thank God for his mercy because Lord help them. But I mean, yeah, I agree with that. People would be absolutely angry. And yes. Star says, I used to do that. Hydrogen peroxide too. Even tried Kool-Aid to dye my strand of hair once, which worked surprisingly well. But yeah, Sun-In used to be very popular. Yeah, Sun-In. I couldn't do the Kool-Aid either. I was always like really bummed about that one. So, but I remember the Kool-Aid too. That stuff will dye anything. I don't know what they put in it, but Sasha, who talks about Pop-Tarts at a time like this. Oh no. Well, and it's just going back to the food thing. And then also, like I said, guys, I didn't like Katie with the rummaging through the cabinets. I'm like, who says that about their kiddo? You know, like, who cares if he's rummaging? I don't even think rummaging is appropriate. What would be the point of him hiding in school only to have him walk out at 18? Sounds absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion, having to deal with this mess. Well, yeah, you would think they would have, you know, made a change of plans, right? I think they would have made a change of plans. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's kind of like, why would they keep it up longer? Because it's only going to make things worse. I agree. Yeah, it wouldn't be smart. And they'd be in even a bigger mess. Thank you, Meow, for hitting that like button. Thank you for being here. But I mean, stranger things have happened, and I hate to discount anything at this point unless I had like, solid proof that that's not what happened. I'm working on trying to get a better understanding, but it is difficult. It's difficult. Okay, guys. Well, I am going to play this first clip for us. And yeah, Provo Canyon, Utah was the one. Thanks, star Paris Hilton. Yeah. Yeah. And she was taken out of her bed in the middle of the night and carted away. It was like, by like these men in black characters or something like, and there, and in the program, also the documentary, they talk about there are, and I forget what they call those people, but they're specifically there where the girl called and was like, yeah, I need my kid taken. And they're like, oh, sure. What time? We usually do it in the middle of the night. And it's like, whoa, holy cow. Like it was so weird. So yeah, there's actual entities that will provide that service, which is scary. And thank God for Paris Hilton coming out. And even though I'm sure it wasn't, comfortable for her parents, at least she was, she told people about her story because she is a celebrity and it even happens to them, right? So I mean, they're the ones that have the money to do stuff like that also. So I mean, yeah, shared Seth has shared custody. It's a crime if he was put somewhere. Yeah, I agree. C. Taylor. And that's the thing. I mean, and that might be the reason why they were, holding back another more dark. And, we talked about this last night, how dark this case is, and it is. And I feel that. And if they did put him somewhere and he was injured or hurt in that facility, then that would be another reason the facility would keep their mouths shut. If they wanted to send him up, send him to Gallatin and arrange that without Seth's knowledge, and he was harmed there, that could be a possibility. I can't discount that. But you're absolutely correct. Meow says I snack at night. Yes, I do too. I'm too, because I'm like on a kind of a different schedule, since I go late and, so I may or may not be snacking at night when I'm watching Josh's, live. So Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative membership. If you did get a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you. Aw, that's so sweet, Little Miss Sharon. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Mama Duke's good to see you, she says, but instead of keeping food away, shouldn't he have just left him to eat healthy snacks? Yeah, I think so. Like, an apple would be good, right? And I mean, a lot of times that fills you up really good. And there's tons of stuff. But see, even what's really odd, Katie says that Sebastian liked trying like different kinds of fruit and that he enjoyed to eat vegetables. I mean, I know she said raw. I don't think he could eat them. Brussels sprouts raw. But, people eat cabbage raw, so I don't know. I mean, but and fish is very, very healthy. And they say red meat is unhealthy, and he didn't like red meat very much. I mean, it looked like he might have liked, hamburger meat, because they had like the taco night where he was sitting at the table and she had like all the ingredients kind of so you could build your own taco or whatever. I mean, that looked like he was eating red meat. I mean, hamburger meat. Hey, Just Me, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So, it's so hard to tell, though. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. He did have a colossal popcorn, Sammy, so maybe that's what she was taking into consideration, right? But well, and they never said that they ate lunch either. I mean, if it was something that they went home, dropped off the groceries, and like fixed a sandwich or something, I don't know. It just seems like the colossal popcorn and spaghetti pancakes, colossal popcorn, and then Texas Roadhouse. We don't really know whether they had, like you can get like a, concession stuff like nachos and stuff usually at the bowling alley. I don't know if they have that there. It looked like a pretty nice establishment though. Hey, Linda Hall. So, I'd like to know if they do have something there. I haven't really even looked into that properly. Oh, Poppy Love says, if you buy a property with a cemetery on it, you legally have to agree to allow someone onto the property to visit the cemetery. Look up the names buried there in legal rights. Oh, interesting. I would never think to buy a property with I've never sold a property with a cemetery on it or showed a property with that feature. That's interesting. So you legally, so does that follow under like easements, or I guess it would be attached to the deed. Bab says, I grew up poor and I would eat a jar of olives because I was hungry and I had mayo and crackers crumbling. Kids will eat whatever they have available. Oh yeah, that's so true, Babs. And yeah, and I'm sorry, I agree. And you learn to kind of be a little bit more creative, like with what you have. I agree with that. I love olives, by the way. It doesn't matter if they're black olives or green or what, or the Kalamata ones. Those are good. Yeah, I agree with you. And, that's another thing that really gets to me is that Sebastian didn't obviously have issues with that at either parent's house. I mean, Seth works and provided for him. And was it the Fiber One bars that he liked that Seth, I think that Seth said that he liked those, the chocolate ones, and I like those too. And those are that's a very healthy choice as well. I think people might argue with me and be like, oh, there's lots of carbs in it. Well, whatever. Michelle says, deny food as a child and most likely grow up to overindulge. Kids should feel comfortable and eat what they want. Yeah, Michelle, I agree with that. Yeah, or they're going to restrict themselves, right? Because they're always going to have it in their head that they don't, that they're fat or something, like, or, whatever. They may have, because it's what's your brain's telling you a lot of the times, because I've known people who were very thin and they didn't think they were. And, I mean, and especially if you're being told that, you start believing it, and I talked with a friend about that. Because, if you're with an idiot that's lying to you constantly about who you are, then, that's going to stick with you, especially if you're a kid and you're impressionable. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's when people start, overdoing it or underdoing it, and neither one's healthy. And then, like you said, kids should always feel good about themselves and be able to eat what they want. Thank you for that, because I agree. And Kiki says, I can't keep food with 5. Who cares? It's food. Kiki. I know, right? Girl, exactly. And then even when, when all the kids come over to the house, and then you're like, fixing snacks and, yeah, you just don't even think about it. Like, I've never even thought about withholding food. I don't know. The boot camp types of troubled teens approach typically has worse outcomes due to the traumatic removal from the home and usually put out into the wilderness somewhere. Yeah, Cece, exactly. Like, the place where Paris was, it was out in the middle of the nowhere. And then to the program, it was like, that one had like a big like lake or something around it. It was almost kind of like, I mean, what are you going to do? Like jump in the lake and swim away? Like it was kind of scary, to say the least. And then, the removal of the home in the middle of the night. I mean, I can't imagine a scarier scenario than just laying in my bed and someone just like yanking me out and taking me somewhere. Like that has got to be the worst. Very traumatic. It's the middle of the night. That doesn't help. Oh, okay. I see. Poppy Love says my earlier comment was about the cemetery and the land that a certain family member allegedly owns near BS property. Okay. I heard about that before. I have heard about that before. And again, I need to go back and watch a couple of other little tidbits of information that I saw today, but yeah, I mean, it's a big topic. It always has been a big topic. Bab says, Katie and Chris seemed obsessed with food regarding Sebastian, and he looks so underweight. Yeah, I mean, I think so. And see, it's hard when kids are growing up too, because they, sometimes they grow into their bodies too. And so it's like, you always hate to be like, well, he's so skinny, but then it's like again, I don't see why he couldn't have had another role. It wasn't gonna make or break anything, and she was okay to take 2. And I'm not going to be mean about that, because that doesn't make it right. But Cece says, my mother was always worried about my weight, and I was a slightly chunky kid, slimmed down, and then she said again when I was in my 30s, harping about food. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Oh yeah, I mean, girl, my weight fluctuates, and as you get older, like if you put a little bit on, it's harder to get off than when you were younger, right? I mean, and everybody has to be conscious at a certain point about that. But if but when you're a kid, you should never have to deal with that. I'm so sorry, Cece. And I think parents like understand more that like the psychological damage that they can do to a kid when they do that, especially girls. Like, I mean, boys too. I'm not trying to, but I mean, yeah, I just don't like that. Babby says the issue with food is about control, but Chris, who controlled Katie, thus she controlled Sebastian. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And abused and neglected him, and Katie allowed the abuse to continue. I agree. I see that. I see that, Babs. It's like the pecking order, right? So like Chris is like pecking on Katie, and then Katie goes pecks on Sebastian, and then like, Katie allows for like Melissa to peck on him. And yeah, absolutely. And it is about control. And there is an underlying thing. And what's funny is that many of us never saw the roll incident, right? Until, I mean, what was it, December? Something like that. Never saw the roll incident. And then we see it, and it's like, damn, that confirms exactly, like, because don't get me wrong, there were some times where I was like, well, I hope my theory didn't like hurt somebody's feelings, or I hope I'm not, just because sometimes you can feel like, wow, maybe I'm being too hard on these people, or maybe I'm not right, or even as Dr. Gary was saying, like, we have to be really careful because, these people are innocent until proven guilty. And, I have to remind myself of that. But I mean, when I saw that, I was like, okay, so I can't feel bad for why I think this, right? Because here's the proof right here, and I was going purely on what they were saying about food and how it was always brought up in the interviews, right? So then, of course, I start thinking, well, then it has to be something with food. And then the rummaging, that was Chronicles of Olivia. very early on. Very early on. And Katie also refers to Duchess on March 17th, 2024. She says, fun fact, I made breakfast, right? As if everybody was accusing her of not making breakfast that morning. But you didn't start with that, right? You didn't say, we woke up and I made breakfast and all of this, right? That came much later in, I mean, probably 3 interviews later, when you originally told us what happened. Maybe even more, well, because she doesn't mention breakfast on Duchess, but she was too busy, in my opinion, feigning concern and fake crying. Because I'm sorry, but she was fake crying. I can't, like, every time I listen back to that interview, I'm like, oh my gosh, because there's not been one time that I've heard it that it doesn't make me sick and thinking that she's faking. It turns people off when it's phony and not genuine. It just completely turns you off, and you lose, you lose me at that point. Yeah, and that's it too. And you know what, guys? Anybody can lose weight, anybody can gain weight, but if you have a really nasty heart and soul, I feel way worse for you than I do somebody who's under or overweight. I mean, to me, that doesn't make a big difference. It's what, the person you are. Thank you for dropping links, Meg. I love links. I love links. No, yeah, please drop links. And, if there's anything that you guys want to put in there, like, I'm still, getting used to doing mod and everything like that. So I love dropping links though, whenever I'm in people's chats for, Sebastian's flyer. In case you guys don't have the newest one, there is a $500,000 reward on it. So that would be, the best one. Thank you for the National Child Abuse Hotline. Absolutely. Because it is, guys, it's a subtle form. It is a very subtle form. And it, as Bab said, control. It's all about control, and then withholding things is never good. Some bowling alleys do have the best food, Sammy says. Yeah, so that's why I can't discount that they didn't eat there or get something, nachos, whatever. And I mean, obviously you don't have to eat a big meal every time you eat. It's actually pretty healthy if you just eat small meals several times a day, but who has time to meal prep? I don't. Poppy says we looked at a property with an old little cemetery on the far rear corner of the property, and then the house was on 10 acres, and the cemetery was far rear, and we didn't buy it. The realtor told us the terms. Oh, to buy. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thanks, Poppy. Yeah, and so it came along with the property, whatever was set up to begin with. Yeah, and guys, and I've said it before, I'm way more afraid of live people than I am of people who aren't with us anymore. I mean, far more afraid of them. But yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard of a property. So it was it must have been a family cemetery that was situated on the property. Wow. I would definitely feel like I had to be a good caregiver to that land. That's for sure. I would feel extra, cautious. Oh, I mean, that's the scary. Well, hello. That's what nightmares are made of, right? Or that your parents actually set that all up. Michelle says what's scarier about midnight abduction is knowing mom stood by and allowed it to happen, in my opinion. I mean, can you imagine? It would be awful. Absolutely awful. I mean, it reminds me of an American Horror Story, the Coven I think it was like season 3 or something. But that's what they do to the girl that when they find out that she's a witch or whatever. These 2 guys dressed in suits come and grab her from her house, and she's screaming, "Mom, mom, don't let me, don't let them take me." And they're just, the mom's just like standing by and let them do it, you know. Ooh, grilled cheese. Sasha, that sounds good. Well, that's true. Exactly. Yeah, Star says, plus kids eat more during growth spurts and let the kid have a roll. Yeah, I mean, it just wouldn't hurt anything. And again, it was just so odd that it happened. And everything that happened at the Texas Roadhouse, I feel was kind of like a window into what things were like as of late, right? I can't say that that's how it was for Sebastian for years and years. I mean, maybe within the last 13, 14 months, it sounded like, based on the CPS reports, that things were bad and getting progressively worse, right? And, I've kind of shared that wheel, right, at the domestic violence wheel, and then there's also like post domestic violence. Okay, so but it always kind of goes in cycles, so things will be really, really great, and then things are really, really bad, and then things are really, really great, and then things are really, really bad, and it's like a calm before the storm. But I'm just going to say that it's pretty safe to say that the dynamics that we were witnessing at the Texas Roadhouse, and that was just a small window, solidified a lot of what we had all been thinking about. And Katie and Chris's words, and even some of the things that Seth was allowing us to understand and know about, is why we all thought this way to begin with, right? But then when we see it for ourselves, we don't need sound. We don't need them to talk, because guess what? Her body language said it all. Sebastian's body language said it all. It's like she didn't allow for him to have any bit of confidence whatsoever. And even when he did have a little bit, she said something that made him sink back and bite his nails and be nervous. And you could tell by her body language. Like, if I'm doing this and my camera's not on, you guys probably think, if I'm not smiling and I'm being super, serious, I'm trying not to laugh here. But you guys are going to see me and you're going to say, whoa, that one's mad, like if I'm smiling, right? My facial expressions are going to say it, even if there's no sound. You guys are going to be able to pick up a vibe from me, if you pay attention to, like what I'm doing, how I'm talking, especially because I talk with my hands a lot. So, you just like Katie was talking with her hands. And then we see Sebastian and we can see his facial expressions perfectly. So with her body language matching up with what he looks like, not good. Yeah, see, Babs, and that's the thing. I'm not as versed with boys, because I did not have a boy. I'm like a girl mom, I guess they call them. But I've had boys in my family and witnessed boys, right? I have a brother and stuff. So yeah, they do. I mean, I'm older than my brother. When he caught a growth spurt and, he was bigger than me, all of a sudden I'm looking up at him like this, because he's tall. And I felt like I was like the little sister, because he's so big. That's about the time you stop picking on your brother, when he's little and you're like, oh, you're bigger than I am, so never mind. Kind of a thing. So in my opinion, I still believe that the whole reason for his disappearance is because of the upcoming case with Nina, in my opinion, allegedly because he was supposed to be a witness about the CPS case. Well, and Town Chat, I've heard differences of opinion on that. But what I will say is that I think that they were definitely worried that Sebastian could say something, or that the CPS reports that were already out there would be uncovered, right, or discovered, and then those would work against Chris's case, right? And it's very unfortunate that, in my opinion, they might not have been, because typically they're not. Hey, Holly S. Typically they're not, right? A part of that. Like, typically the judge isn't going to be like, well, is there other CPS cases, right? And then, you know, also, I don't know how, I'm pretty sure that, well, I'll just say it like this. I'm pretty sure that Seth wasn't talking to Nina before Sebastian's disappearance. Now, had they been talking, or had they, you know, they all lived in the same town and they knew each other or something like that, and word got back, then I would see him being way more apprehensive about the CPS reports. But in all honesty, since they don't transfer state to state, you know, Nina might not have even known what was going on at the Proudfoot household. Now, you know, Chris is a bragger and he's a complainer, so it wouldn't surprise me if he slipped up when he had Nina on the phone. It wouldn't surprise me, you know, and then Nina kind of caught wind of it somehow. But those are usually so closed. Ooh, olive oil is very healthy for you, Sasha. That's great. Babs says, I'm not a jury or a judge, and I don't have to go easy on abusive, neglectful parents, Katie and Chris. Right? I'm glad not to be a judge either, or law enforcement, because there's been so many times where I was like, oh man, they have such restraint, you know? Like the guys that caught Chad Dorman. Bless them, for real. And I don't mean that in a condescending way, but really bless their hearts, all of them, because it'd take everything in me not to be like, oh, looks like you tripped. No, that's terrible. Okay, all right, I won't get myself in trouble, but no, they do. They show excellent restraint. Bab says, Katie's stories have changed so many times she can't even fake cry. Yeah, she makes me sick to see her face. Well, and that's the thing. Katie cried, like, where you could see actual tears in the Holly Thompson interview. Then what makes me sick, what really makes me sick, is that then she turns around and tells Caitlin Miller, hey, Chris and I can't be on camera because we are so emotional that we just can't, right? We're like a wreck. But they do the hands interview like this then, right? And so you only see Caitlin Miller, and then when they pan over to Chris and Katie, you see the hands only. And they're like rubbing each other, and she's stroking his arm, and then he's doing the tapping like this, but neither one of them ever break their hands apart to wipe a tear. So again, what a crock of crap. You know, and it is frustrating. It is frustrating. And then she goes on Duchess, and she's super snarky. Spaghetti pancakes, Google it, y'all. You know, then she goes on Smiley's Stories World, and she acts like a complete asshat to Smiley in the very beginning of her show. Like, yeah, it's just horrible. It's just horrible, she says. And, you know, nobody believes us. Well, you know, you're being a jerk. You should be happy. You should have said, thank you, Smiley, for talking about my son. I mean, that's what Seth does. He come in here and say thank you. I mean, you know, it just, like a petulant teenager is the only way I can describe her, being that way. I cannot believe the way that she acted that way, you know? Oh, I got the green tea. There you go. Sasha's got her green tea too. What's funny is I've always loved this Arizona tea. Well, I can't really show it, but you know, it's like the one that comes in a can. You get them in like the great big ones. I've always loved that. And when the pop prices went up, I decided to start buying these in just the cans. And Brock, good to see you. Plus, I like the way it looks. The can looks. It's pretty. It's like Zen. It's got like the little pagoda on it. It's cute. But obviously representing for Sebastian. Bab says, and Katie was weak and Chris honed in on that, and he convinced her to hate her son and that he is better off gone. I'll always believe that. I've seen it happen in other cases. Yeah, I agree, Babs. And the thing is that it does happen. And even when we look at Chris Watts, right? Like Chris Watts, oh, he's easygoing, very, even Shanann would like say he's very pliable, right? She's like, I'm the one that's bossy. He's always the one that goes with the flow, right? That's how she would always describe him. And then we see him with his kids and he seems like, a good dad and the kids love him, blah, blah, blah. But then in walks, Nicole Kessinger, and it's like a different ball game, right? He's like taking her out to eat and he's like wanting her to bear his first son, even though Shanann's pregnant with his son, Nico. Very, very stark contrast. And I agree. He was convinced by Nicole because, he, in my opinion, didn't not like his wife up until she came along. They were having a third baby. So, I mean, it definitely happens. It's something comes over a person and I don't quite know what it is. But I don't care if somebody was rich or, they had a gilded member. I mean, it wouldn't matter to me. My daughter would always come first. And I just don't, that ultimatum would have not ended well for Chris. Chris would have, he would have pitied the day that he had said that to me, because I'll tell you, that would have really set me into an anger, as if my daughter doesn't, matter. And, I don't know. I just couldn't do that. Linda says, in my opinion, the evidence points in one direction for Seth, that he finds Sebastian. It's heartbreaking. Look in Seth's eyes and the hurt on his face. I agree, Linda. Yeah, it's very obvious. And it's obvious to anybody who, well, again, you'd have to have a brain first. And then you would have to have at least a little bit of compassion. See, Magic Star, I was watching 5D earlier, and I was trying to get together like a timeline lately. So like Faith is 6 at the time of the interview that Nina does with our buddy old pal there, Trevor Lee, right? She does that interview. And she said Faith is 6 at the time. What can be a bit confusing, and I'm December baby too, is that like Sebastian's born in December, so the end of the year. But Chris said that he was in Sebastian's life since he was 7 or 8. And then I started thinking, and Sebastian's 15 a year ago, right? So the timeline doesn't really match up. So, because it just seems like Chris was coming around Sebastian and hanging with Katie, whether it was platonic or not. Whatever, it is what it is. It doesn't matter now, but whatever. Again, I don't care. I've said it before. I don't care who's banging who, but the problem is that it seems like in some capacity that Sebastian was around Chris and he was, still, well, I'm just going to put it this way. It makes sense to me, being in a relationship with someone like Chris, that he would put Nina and her kids and their new baby in Tennessee and have mommy watch over her and control her for him. And then he goes up, back to California with Katie and, hanging out with her son. It would absolutely fit. the messed up narrative, you know. Hey, Borna honey. Sasha says Nina didn't let him finish. CP said he had something to tell her. Yeah. Well, and I can see that. I know she was like, she did seem very what's the word, annoyed that he called, right? And she was like, I didn't even answer at first, and then he's like, yeah, or she said, yeah, he said 911. So yeah. Oh, cool. Brenda says Kristi Noem blasted Tennessee governor and announced a trafficking bust in Nashville today. Oh, wow. They're really focusing in. That's fantastic. And, you know, I mean, we still don't know what could have happened here. We still do not know. Oh, Cece says that was so cringe. Okay, guys, I am going to play this next clip, but we'll kind of get a little bit more caught up in chat. Because you guys have the best comments. I don't want to miss anything good. No new news on Sebastian yet and Brock, but we are going over an interview with, I'll first say it's from May 15th, 2024. So, you know, a little bit of a rewind here. And it's Josh from the Lab with Dr. Gary Brucato and also Chris McDonough on panel. And we're kind of leaving off with the nasty phone call with Heather. There's a part in here in the very beginning that I want you guys to pay really close attention to in the very, very, very beginning. And it's a comment that Heather makes. And we've spoke about this before, but I'd like to revisit it. That Heather makes to, Chris Proudfoot about the TBI. So here we go.
It's heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, talked to her for over an hour and I think a half.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Last night.
That's good.
So once again, your client.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I haven't even talked to him.
I haven't even talked to Seth since last night. He told me to take a break a couple days ago. He told me to take a break. So
yeah, how convenient.
Yeah, so I don't know. I gathered now. This is just me assuming. So we know how that goes. I may be way off, but I feel like it had something to do with this conversation with Bobby Simmons because Bobby has started communicating with him again instead of going through me. So that line of communication's opened back up, and I don't know.
We'll see for how long.
Yeah.
For people listening, I want to reiterate, I've never had a phone conversation with Chris, the stepfather. I had a conversation with Seth, the biological father. And while we were having that private conversation, which I said that, is between him and I, every now and then it would just end up at the end of a sentence. I just want to find my kid. I just want to find my kid. Okay. So I want to reiterate that.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
Well,
what do you think about that? I mean, that seems to me like a very serious threat. Maybe it's flippant in nature, but I mean, that is a threat through and through, correct?
It's a problem.
Yeah.
That's
just as much in the dark right now.
One more time.
About
what he's told you. If Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
Well, I'm just as much in the dark right now.
Hang on for a second.
Yeah.
What's happening here is behind the scenes, those three are fighting. It sounds like. I mean, there's a lot of fighting there.
Yeah, they are. Drama playing out between.
Yeah, drama. So he comes to, the circle here, i.e. jumps in the arena. And he's like, hey, I'm just here to fix the drama. Okay. So that just let you guys know all the stuff that he told us, if he tells you or if it gets any further, okay, I'm just going to create more drama. That's what he's saying. Okay? This is not about Sebastian. This is serious hatred towards, both sides of the coin. You got one side of the coin saying, hey, where's my son, i.e. Seth? You've got the other side of the coin saying, what are you saying about us? Why are you saying that? And by golly, if you say that again, I promise you'll never say it again. That's what I just heard. I mean, correct.
Yeah. No, you're spot on.
Okay.
Spot on.
I think we should invite him to a part 2. Chris, if you're listening tonight, come on up for part 2. We'd like to talk to you.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
That'd be a great conversation.
Oh, I'll reach out to him as well. I'll reach out to him again.
He won't show up.
Well, we can. Why not? We'll be polite and respectful.
If he does show up, it's because I just said he won't show up.
That too. I can guarantee you he's listening.
Good. Then come on up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd love to talk to you on part 2.
I agree.
Now about what's going on.
You can't cuss. Don't cuss. I don't need anybody to cuss.
Well, if somebody is listening, what's useful about it is they would get a good sense of what someone who was totally new to the story would think it sounded like. And that's an important piece of information.
Yes.
To understand what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And Dr. Gary and I had discussed this show where and I've been filling in a lot of things here and there, Chris as well, intentionally, because I like him to just have and Chris and we did this before too, didn't we, Chris? Where it's, you start out kind of just clear mind, no bias, and you hear what you hear. I'm presenting it basically the way I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I have no agenda. I hope that with the last show that I did, I'm praying for everybody involved. I'm praying for Chris, Katie, Sebastian, Seth, the grandparents, friends. I am honestly
agnostic. We're totally agnostic. We don't know what's going on here. We're just asking questions.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, again, guys, Dr. Gary didn't know much about the case before making his commentary, right? And they're kind of going and analyzing as they go. So in the beginning, Heather says something really odd, and I didn't catch it until probably the 4th or 5th time I listened to it, to be honest. So, I mean, it was a couple of times before I realized what was said. So Bobby Simmons and Carter, Brandon Carter, were among some of the people who were investigating Sebastian's case, and I say investigating very lightly. But either way, they were on the case. And so I find it very odd because at this point, I want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, that Heather wasn't a PI for Seth terribly long before he asked her to take a break. And I'm using her words, not his. But she says Bobby Simmons is now speaking with Seth and communicating with him again instead of going through me. Now, I understand that maybe Seth could have given Heather a green light and, maybe he was disgusted with dealing with these people and said, hey, Bobby, go ahead and talk with my PI. Something to that effect. I'm not sure exactly how that went down, but I find it very odd that it seems to me that Heather was kind of the middleman here, and now she seems like she's upset that she's not, and she almost gives me the vibe that she is complaining to Chris Proudfoot that she's no longer the point of contact. And I'm just going to put it out there like that, because I just feel like the way that it was said, you know, and you guys might not think that, but definitely let me know. It really came off weird to me. Like, well, he's not telling me things anymore, but if you're Seth's PI, if, you know, Bobby Simmons told you something, don't you think that you should be communicating that directly with Seth as soon as possible? I mean, that is very odd to me. So, and then, you know, Chris comes in, and this is where he threatens Seth, but he says, we'll see for how long they're talking, that he's talking to Seth directly. Why does he think that he has the authority or the power to tell an agent like Bobby Simmons who he can and can't communicate with? Like, I can't understand if this is his narcissism coming out and he's having severe delusions of grandeur, or it's just his superiority complex, or possibly he has a relationship with Bobby Simmons that he feels like he can manipulate the situation. But I tend to believe that there's more corruption than we would ever like to see or imagine just in that statement alone. Oh, really? He's talking to Seth again? We'll see about that. And then Heather seems very defeated and somewhat annoyed that she's no longer the point of contact. And honestly, it's despicable behavior. And if I was Seth, I would have told her to take a hike, not a break. But that's just me. And maybe that was what he did, and she lightened it. I don't know. But, you know, I mean, that whole situation is very odd, especially when we know now that Chloe was involved with fish sticks. Steve Fisher investigates. But really, he investigated nothing except for drama on Twitter, or X, excuse me. In my opinion, of course. So Chris McDonough senses a serious hatred here, and he goes, on one side of the coin, we have Seth, who is like, where's Sebastian, right? I just want to find my son. And then on the other side of the coin, we have a guy that's saying, if you say these things about us, then you'll never talk again. You know, with a very direct threat of either stop pointing the finger at us, even though I feel like, and I think that when Seth is even entertaining a thought that they may have something to do with it, or maybe he's basing this on evidence or something that he knows, right? That it highly offends Chris Proudfoot. Now, why do people get highly offended about something? Usually, if there's truth to it, they will be highly offended by it. Most of the time, if it's not true, it might even be laughable to a person, right? And I'm not talking about somebody being sarcastic. I'm talking about them being genuinely angry that somebody is making an accusation. Obviously, no one likes to be wrongfully accused. But when you're overly angry and you say things like, if he ever says that, he's not going to open his mouth again. Look, I've been the subject of public ridicule myself. And at no point in time have I ever said, if somebody says that about me, I'm going to break their hand so they can never use their keyboard again. I never said, you know, keep my name out of your mouth. You know, I mean, come on. First of all, maybe grow up a little bit. But second of all, you're under scrutiny because your stepson's missing. Your wife was with him last, so she's under scrutiny as a result. So if you're mad at anyone, you should be mad at the circumstances, especially not mad at Seth when he was on camera at work. And that's just my opinion. You know? Sammy says, I think the Nets convinced her to hate Seth. Also, I don't think she did prior to, in my opinion. Well, I think there was some sort of a disconnect. And I think, you know, part of it could have been what happened in California, right? I mean, obviously, when you're breaking up, there may be things that you say or do, you know, about the other spouse, because you're angry, you're hurt, right? You know, it's a bad situation. But I think Chris is very controlling, and I think that there had to have been some sort of a shift in that dynamic where Katie was no longer going to be advocating or talking for herself. It was Chris and Seth that would talk together, you know, on the phone, even when it came to Sebastian. And again, you know, I will remind you guys that Seth had made a comment not terribly long ago where he said that Katie wasn't always like this, right? But then he also stated that, you know, he and Chris Proudfoot were communicating together over the phone. So, I mean, he did verify that. So Magic Star says, after a little bit of research, it appears as though Chris and Katie met in El Cajon, California. Don't quote me, but both show residency in that city. Thank you, Star. Thank you. Yeah, and you know, I'm not 100% certain on their love story, right? So I appreciate you saying that, but also it does seem to match up that Katie and Chris had somewhat of a relationship way prior to them actually making it official, if that makes sense, you know. And again, I know that doesn't really matter in the scheme of things, but I mean, it sort of does when we think about Nina and her having faith, and that's his only child, and how he's treating the woman who gave him his only child, right? So we have to look at that in order to understand what may have happened to Sebastian, right? So because if you have no disregard for your own child, then I'm struggling to figure out why Katie thought that Sebastian would be different, and why she would allow for somebody who's treating a wife and kid that way into her life with her and her child, right? So she had to have had some level of thinking that she was more special or better than Nina, which that could have again been manipulated, you know, through words of Chris's to her, you know. Oh, well, she's this, she's that, you know, she's done this, she's done that. And Katie, oh, you poor thing. Oh, let me, you know. No. Mm-mm. If he treats that one that way, he's going to treat you that way. And if he treats this kid that way, he'll treat your kid that way. Even worse, looks like, my opinion. Cece says CP is not manly to go up against real men, and he prefers women and the weak and defenseless. I agree, Cece. I agree. It's just like the dogs, you know. He wouldn't go after a pit bull and roughhouse with the pit bull, but he'll do it to the little tiny Morkies all day, you know. Hey, Tina Von Young, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you, Brenda. Did I get those mixed up? Bobby is TBI and Carter is Sumner County Detective. Yeah. So yes, thank you, Bobby Simmons. I have it written down too here, TBI and Bobby Simmons, but I must have said it backwards. So yes, you're correct. So TBI is Bobby Simmons, and then I'm sorry, no, those are switched. My bad, Brenda. Sorry, that threw me off a little bit. So, because I believe Brandon Carter is with TBI, because they said that he was the one that was investigating. He's the lead investigator, and it was alleged that he was the only one working Sebastian's case, as if that's the only case that he has. Well, yeah, that's what Seth makes it sound like, right, Brenda? That he's working for Chris. Like, Chris could just get, Bobby Simmons on the horn and be like, don't you talk to Seth again, da-da-da-da-da. Maybe you'll threaten him. I doubt it. But who knows? Maybe he has dirt on these people. We don't know, because they've known each other, all of them. That's another thing that, there may be some connections. Because he's a megalomaniac. CC. Tina says Chris does not want the cops to speak to Seth because the cops and Seth can put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, I agree. If they were to be more open, I believe that would be the case. Yes. And again, too, it's very difficult, because if you're the other parent, it can be looked at as you being vindictive rather than you just trying to get the truth out there, right? And unfortunately, if the police are going to close themselves off to possibilities coming from Seth because they're getting hell from Chris Proudfoot, that just proves to me that what we were all thinking is happening here. It happened, right? Because the minute that someone says something that Chris doesn't like, he attacks the person directly. Oh, well, I'm just going to get him on there, and we'll see if he ever talks again. We'll see about that. Oh, really? We'll see about that, huh? What does that mean? I wish Heather would have asked him that. If she's a PI, she needs some question asking skills, right? Because that definitely deserved a follow-up question. Wait, excuse me? Wait a minute. Wait. You said we'll see about that? What does that mean? Because I'm sorry, if I wasn't in on the joke, I would be pretty pissed off if I was her. I mean, I would be livid, because I'm working this case, right? And I'm supposed to be about Sebastian and finding him. But you're going to tell me that nobody's allowed to talk? Even these investigators, even these agents aren't allowed to talk without you saying it's okay? I would definitely need some clarification on that. But again, looking back, it seems like she was in on it. Well, I mean, he's not talking directly to me anymore, so I can't get you guys any more information. Now it's going through Seth. And then Chris is like, well, we'll see about that. And if he even opens his mouth again, he won't ever do it again. Really? And again, no follow-up question, just kind of, Hey, Bill Barbane, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I don't know her personality, but she has been involved in other case of mine. Insane. I'm sorry, Kiki. I might have missed something up there. Yeah, and and that was the thing too. I remember Heather coming out and saying, well, we couldn't really get him on anything because he would say, I'm going to slap the shit out of her with cease and desist, and because he was adding in that particular language, then they couldn't really say that he was threatening Chloe. But the minute that he says that about Seth, oh, definitely. Yeah, and I think everyone needs to know that was said. Everyone needs to know, because that is showing that Chris Proudfoot is behind the bullying. If something is said that he doesn't like, you won't open your mouth again. Some people get very worried and scared and take threats like that very seriously. I definitely would. I would. Because nowadays it's like you have to, Hey, Kelly. It's just like if somebody says, is on an airplane and says, I have a bomb, I mean, like, you're going to get tackled and you're going to get in trouble. You can't just say that, right, anymore, because people take it seriously, as they should, so. Well, and I thought that they would be. Bab says that at the very least, these two should be charged with neglect of a disabled child after Katie heard the thud and she didn't go check on Sebastian, knowing he has a brain issue. I agree, because even the pocket of fluid on his brain is something that would be scary, right? If you heard a thud, you'd check. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you never know what kind of comorbidities can develop as Sebastian gets older, too. I mean, if Katie was definitely not in any type of a hypervigilant mode, even though Sebastian had just been diagnosed recently with autism, right? So you would think that if he had a recent diagnosis like that, you would be on the ball, right? You would be trying to make sure that he was safe, that he didn't get hurt. I mean, that just adds to the pocket of fluid that they knew about since he was little. Since he was born. Same thing with the chromosome deletion, and Seth confirmed that as well with us. So, Michelle, that's a good thought. Michelle says, I think, in my opinion, CP needs to be questioned by somebody who has identical attitude and see how that would break. Like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, someone to match his energy. I agree, Michelle. Yeah. Like, I mean, a commanding officer, maybe? Well, and it would be hard for me. It would be really hard for me to deal with somebody, especially if we think about it if I'm thinking about it from Seth's perspective as a parent, and years prior to this, you find out that your child was in a very dangerous, very traumatic, very awful situation that they never should have been in. And then on top of that, wasn't getting the proper help. And then on top of that, you wanted me to put him in a behavioral school, even though you guys need a behavioral school. And then on top of that, you call me one morning when I'm getting off of work and tell me, don't be angry, but Sebastian's missing. And so I run over to the house and, your mom is talking about vacations and jewelry, and it's like a literal shit show from day one. Oh, you better believe I'd be bringing up everything I knew about those two, and I'd be screaming it to the rooftops. I'd be telling everyone, especially when they want to go on podcasts and act like they're, these great people, and then even bring me into the mix of it. And let's not forget the statement of, oh, what are you going to do if this goes south? Or let's all get on the same, get our stories straight. Well, when it's the truth, you don't need a straight story. You just tell it like it is. Sammy says, I've been on this since he stood in, and anybody I talk to, he just says, oh yeah, he's certain Seth. But no one would work with me to help figure out what that sentence meant. I'm not sure, Sammy. And, it's very difficult because we have to rely some on what Katie and Chris say, and that's another thing that makes it so hard. I agree. They have enough to charge them with something, Babs. Both Chris and Katie should have charges brought against them for many reasons already and nothing. Well, they, and maybe we don't know what's in the CPS reports, but I would bet my bottom dollar that law enforcement knows what's in the CPS reports. And if they don't, well, then there's something really wrong there. That means they don't want to know because they haven't looked into it. Brenda Calvert says Seth is still having trouble accepting Katie is responsible for Sebastian's disappearance. In my opinion, hard to reconcile the fact for anyone. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. It would be very hard to come to that conclusion, right? Because you don't want to think that, even when I look at these cases, and again, we're talking about a convicted, triple homicide, quadruple, really. I count Nico's life. I do, and I hope you guys do too, because, he was almost born. Yeah, like even, when you go back to the porch interview, if you really don't know what to look for, you could be thinking to yourself, well, this is a guy that's, wife left him or something like that, until you find out that he was actually capable of that. And then, if you were married to and actually and loved that person, it would be very difficult. And Tina says Katie should be ashamed of herself for taking her son into Chris Proudfoot's home when she knew Chris was abusive. I agree. And I think Katie doesn't understand abuse. And the reason why I say that, because I didn't either, obviously, for a really long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in an abusive relationship. So I'm not on a high horse by any means. And as a matter of fact, that is one thing that I feel like I can relate to Katie with, is the trauma. And but what I can't relate to is her putting Sebastian in danger. What I can't relate to is not recognizing that something is wrong, especially when CPS tells you that your husband needs to leave your house, especially when CPS points the finger at you and blames you and says, why are you putting your son in danger? That would be a wake-up call, right? Like, obviously I'm not, my son is not in a good environment. But Katie lacks that self-awareness, the reading of the room, all of it, because she thinks it's funny for Chris to act this way. She thinks it's funny for Chris to call Cluminati and act like Sling Blade. She thinks it's funny to talk about pineappers and, he does the best Jim Carrey. Come on, here you go, guys. No. And your son is missing, Katie? No. Nope. So to me, Katie doesn't understand abuse. To me, Katie thinks that that's normal. And that's my opinion. And whether you like it or not, take it or leave it, I'm going to tell you right now, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. She finds it very acceptable. When Sebastian was at his birthday party and Melissa was over there antagonizing him from across the room and filming him, not to get memories or cute moments on camera, it was to antagonize Sebastian. And whatever she was doing to him before that, we can see the effects of it as soon as she's filming him. Because he's telling her, Aunt Melissa, stop. And maybe he didn't say stop, but he said Aunt Melissa. And Katie never, not once, tells Aunt Melissa to back off. Because either Katie's afraid that she's going to be the subject of ridicule because she's a coward, or she doesn't fully understand abuse. She's lived it. I can't deny her of that. but she absolutely doesn't understand it because she finds it that behavior to be cute and funny, hey YouTuber, and acceptable when it's anything but. Hey Adam Forever 21. Hey Bo, good to see you. Yeah, the Beatles. Yep, I was hoping Hey Jude would be up late night tonight. My Hey Jude tribute. It would be unusual for a PI to be the point of contact. Yeah, I agree, Sammy. Wouldn't it be unusual for the PI to be the point in conjunction with parents or clients? I would think so, right? I would maybe in this situation want her to be my witness more than anything. Like, do you think you can be on the phone calls when I talk to the police? Because I don't trust these guys as far as I can throw them, you know, Seth's words there. But I mean, I don't blame him, you know? Oh, oh, cool. Oh, well, hey, hello, Mr. Detroit Rock City. Thank you for letting our friend use your phone. That's too funny. Oh gosh, Detroit, you got me cracking up over here, and I'm dropping links left and right. How funny. Hey, Seclusion Works. It's typical bully behavior by Chris. He has gotten away with it for long, or for this long. Yeah, and he thinks it's normal. Yeah, he does. And I think he's very cocky, right? He's very cocky, and it's as if, you know, well, nobody's going to do anything, you know, to me. Sammy says, lastly, I would like to remind you about the interview Heather did on, I don't remember if it was 54 Keys or another show, where she explains the situation about the leaked call in Trevorly, etc. Oh, I've not seen that one. It's called 54 Keys. Okay. Well, gee whiz, if she was going to explain it to somebody, wouldn't she go on someone that we all watch? Because I've never heard of that person. Maybe I'm behind everything, but yeah, because I would like to, I mean, you know, look, anybody who's willing to tell their side of the story, and I understand everyone's going to have, you know, a different story. Bo, YouTuber's the best. But, you know, and I get that. So we can only really, you know, take what everybody says and kind of pick it apart until, you know, we can understand who's, you know, because we're going to see consistencies and cooperation and different thing, or corroborating statements, excuse me, and then we can go from there. But until then, oh, sweet dreams, Kiki. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Bo, for the green hearts. But, you know, that's kind of how I figure the truth out when I hear two different people telling their stories, you know. I won't, Babs. I won't. Babs says, don't do it. Don't defend Katie. I know, I won't. And I understand because, you know, and you know, guys, I have in the past kind of like brought in different things where I think, oh boy, you know, both things can be true at the same time. But no, I don't defend, especially because Poppy Love, I believe she's 7. And she might be turning 8 soon. I'm not sure when her birthday is. I've tried to kind of keep her privacy a little bit, you know, even though I know it's hard. Yes, SL, they do have Faith this summer. Yes. And they took her to Disney, which, you know, I gave mixed reviews on that. Oh, yeah, that judge in New Mexico really chaps my behind. I know. It doesn't make any sense, Poppy Love. I don't know. You know, and what they told the judge last year, allegedly, the lawyer for Chris Proudfoot said, hey, look, you know, they've cooperated with law enforcement. And he told them that they cleared him, but I think the judge got the wrong impression. again, you know, guys, in family court, it's the he said, she said. It's, and if you say bad against, you know, the other parent, you're the one that looks vindictive, even if you're telling the truth, you know, even if you're telling the truth. So, thank you, Meg. Thank you, YouTuber. I think they were all mean to him too. Tina Von Young says, I think the whole Proudfoot family was mean to Sebastian. I mean, the co-worker of Terry Bowersox said to Jay is for Justice, I believe his name was like Matthew, something like that. I don't know whether he gave his real name or not, but that's what they were calling him. And said that Terry Bowersox would come into the break room and say awful things about all of them, Sebastian mainly, but then also even say horrible things about his own wife and run a smear campaign, you know. But no, I do not condone Katie's behavior whatsoever. I just think that she's got a lot of generational trauma. I think that she has childhood trauma, obviously would come with that. But then I also think that she's never gotten the proper help for it. And I think Katie is the type of person who has developed a very bad personality disorder as a result of her trauma. Same thing goes for Chris. I believe Chris is a malignant narcissist, and that is riddled with trauma. Believe it or not, narcissists are the most damaged creatures who walk among us. The malignant narcissists hurt others because they were hurt. And I know a lot of people don't like that, but that's their logic, and that's them justifying their nasty behavior, their insidious, nasty behavior. Katie, on the other hand, in my opinion, has a lot of traits of someone who is histrionic, someone who enjoys the chaos, someone who enjoys setting a fire and then watching it blaze, and then being proud of herself for doing it. She has those very, I can't even call it orneriness, because orneriness I feel like is a little bit more innocent, right? Katie has a vindictiveness about her. And again, don't forget that she was filming Nina when Nina was having a breakdown because she was experiencing, in my opinion, again, I'm not a doctor, PTSD from losing faith the first time. And when they handed her those papers, she probably couldn't even think because she was having such a bad flashback and everything was rushing back. But they thought it was funny. They thought it was great to make her look crazy. So, yeah, well, and that's the thing, SL, you're absolutely right. You know, and I told you I was married to someone who was diagnosed with narcissism, and then also he had antisocial personality disorder. I didn't find that out until our divorce. And I mean, exactly the way that Chris Proudfoot acts, except for my ex, he learned how to keep it behind closed doors, so he was a little bit smarter and more manipulative than this Proudfoot character, because he absolutely goes off the chains. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't have moments where he showed his ass, because they all do. You know, they think they have everything under control, but they don't. But yeah, Chris Proudfoot and like the things that he did just, you know, later on, even, well, I should say, most recently, like that nasty tour that he went on, and he went from panel to panel just acting crazy, something like that. I don't know, but you never know what pressure is going to do either. You know, twists and turns. I was married for 7 years, but I was together with my daughter's father for 11. So we were 16 when we got together. So like I had no idea what was going on. You know, like I was like a dumb kid, and so was he. You know, and I don't wish bad like on him at all. You know, like as a matter of fact, when I found that out, I was researching it and trying to see if he could ever get help, because I never knew what he had, right? I actually used to call it bipolar, like like very ignorantly, because I didn't know. And so, but I just always knew there was like mood swings, right? So I'd be like, oh my gosh, one minute he's fine and the next minute he's doing this. And, you know, I was like a nut myself, because I was always trying to like, you know, accommodate him. And then we talked about this last night, even with Katie doing this. And this was something that I want to say Chris McDonough brought in. Yes. It's on my other background, so I'll pull it up. But he noticed this, and I've never heard anybody talk about it or notice it. But in the picture of Chris and Katie, Chris is like up here doing, you know, the one-track mind when he's saying, describing Sebastian to Holly Thompson. And immediately Katie goes up and does the same thing. And you can see her going up, like he's up and then she's going. I think it's on this side. Sorry, I always get that mixed up. This is mirrored. But yeah, but you can see her hands mirroring what her husband's doing. And Chris McDonough said that is absolutely a trauma response, right? Where it's appeasing. So part of PTSD is fight or flight. But they've also discovered that there's other trauma responses like freeze or appease, right? So sometimes when you're scared, you'll run away. Sometimes you'll be ready to fight. Sometimes you'll freeze and you won't know what to do and you won't say anything, or you're like, it's debilitating. You can't move, you know, or you're just going to appease them and be like, oh, yes. Oh, hold on. You're upset about dinner. Hold on. Let me get it really quick. Or, oh, you don't like what I'm wearing. Too much lipstick. Oh my gosh. Let me go take it off. Like that. You know what I mean? Like you're always like wondering what they want and accommodating them so you can survive. And I believe that like she has no idea about it because she's never tried to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? And then she went from one relationship to the next relationship to the next one. You know what I mean? And with Katie, she ended up with this guy, you know, because I heard that Katie's had quite a few relationships before Seth and then Chris, which I'm not faulting anybody for, again, relationships, who they sleep with, affairs. I don't care. I'm not worried about that, you know? Oh gosh, twists and turns. That's why I'll never get married again. because I had to get divorced twice from the same person. I'm just never doing it again. But you know, I mean, I don't hold that against like men and stuff. I mean, you know, and trust me, being 16, I had my own, you know, part in things, you know, being naive, not knowing my ass from a hole in the ground are big ones. It's not always correct up to me. Well, and you know, I do see these like wonderful marriages and stuff. And that was the contrast that Dr. Gary brought in. He's like, now mirroring can be something where people are just in sync with each other. You know, they walk together, they finish each other's sentences. It can come with, you know, being married for a long period of time, but it also, you know, comes with some of those things that, especially when you don't know that you're doing it. And then there was another instance in this interview where she did the same thing, you know, and he was talking about familiar routes and Chris is going like this and she's like, she did the same thing. And so it's just something to examine and look into. But I don't feel sorry for Katie. No, I think that, you know, at a certain point, we have to, especially if we're going to heal from that trauma, we have to admit it, right? And say, okay, this happened, and what can I do about it, right? Like, you can't beat yourself up, and you can't be like, gosh, I was such an idiot. How could I marry that person? Why did I stay with them? Why did I let them do that to me, right? Because that's another huge misconception. You know, I left my ex-husband a lot of times, and he would stalk me and he would find me. Okay, so sometimes it's not easy to leave. And it doesn't matter if you have money or if you don't, or any of that, because it's not really about that. Now, financial abuse is a thing, definitely, right? That's when the person, and it can be a man or a woman, you know, controls all the finances and, you know, throws you crumbs and stuff. But I mean, you never have enough to leave. So you can't just be like, you know what, I'm out of here. Sometimes they'll take your car keys and they'll hide them from you. It's happened to me several times. You know, sometimes they'll block the doorway. Sometimes they get violent. Sometimes they'll break something of yours. So there's a lot of ways that they control you, you know. And then another way is telling you that you'll never find anybody and you're, you know, ugly, nobody loves you, and, you know, they're the only ones that will. And I mean, it's just like, you know, psychological warfare. But I feel like there's a lot of psychological warfare in this case where, and especially Chris likes to use it, you know, I mean, if he's this way in public, I mean, what happened behind closed doors? You know, if he's spraying Sebastian in public with a pressure washer, what was he doing to him behind closed doors? Not only that, again, on 5D today, I got a really hefty reminder. So definitely just go check out, it's the number 5 and then the letter D capital. I think it was from 3 days ago. I'll share it. I'll share it. I should have when I saw it. Because if I don't, I won't. But it's Nancy Grace and Chris Proudfoot was asked about the belt, and Katie answered for him. And again, when we go back and look now, because I did used to think that, you know, he talked for Katie and wouldn't let her talk, but she definitely was able to talk for him then. And she was making up excuses, saying it happened years ago. And then Nancy Grace was like, oh, no, that was from Mr. Proudfoot to Mr. Proudfoot. And he goes, I thought you were talking to Katie. No, she asked you, did Katie hit Sebastian with the belt? Because she asked you about the belt incident. And then he says, oh, it had to be something to do with school. And then Katie, under her breath, goes, or lying about doing work. Lying about doing work. So they wanted Nancy Grace to believe that Sebastian is a liar. But then he looks at Nancy Grace and says, name the time and place, ma'am, and I will be there for the polygraph test. And then he doesn't show up. I don't know about you guys, but he looks like the damn liar to me, not Sebastian. You know? But here, let's make Sebastian out to be a liar, that he was lying at school. And Katie, he was lying about doing work. I mean, it's right there. They are thick as thieves. And that's why I think they're thick as thieves, you know? I am not making this up off the top of my head. I promise you. I put a lot of thought into it. And when you're willing to do that, then you're in on it too. You're just as guilty because you're not telling the truth for your child. You're not. She was lying for her husband because she doesn't care about Sebastian as much as she cares about her husband. And that's her actions and her words. And well done, 5D. Thank you for all your hard work on comparison videos. Really great work on comparison videos. I enjoy them thoroughly. Yeah, Brenda lying so he wouldn't get beat. I mean, you know, he was absolutely walking on eggshells. Absolutely. And, you know, and I hate to say it, but because I do not condone ever domestic violence. Like, it's not okay. But I don't feel sorry for Katie like I feel sorry for Sebastian. because she could have done more, and we'll just put it that way, because it's one thing if she didn't approve, she wouldn't be and lying about doing work and it happened 3 years ago. She would have just kept her mouth shut, trust me. But instead, stick up for Chris Broadfoot and don't worry about finding, your son. And that's terrible. Terrible, terrible. All right, guys. So here's this next clip. I think we're done with Proudfoot. I think that was the end of his, but no, we got one more clip with that. So
I agree.
He only talks to men, or he only talks to women.
That's what some have said. He's talked. I mean, I've talked to him once on a panel. I went up. I was Smiley had let me up. Very thankful for that. But I've heard that, and it seems that there's some validity to it. But I don't know how much. But yeah, it does kind of seem that way.
As anybody else, like
what's that?
Go ahead, finish.
I'm not getting updates.
No, you're here to talk. I want to hear what you were going to say.
No, it's time to put your big boy pants on.
Attaboy. There you go. That's exactly right.
I have no idea. So, and that's what anybody who's reached out to me, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, can you get in touch with Chloe?
What's that?
I said, when you get in touch with Chloe, I suggest tell her to lose my fucking number.
Okay. Do I have to say
She
it?
does
Do I
not
have
want
to
to
say it
call
like
me.
that?
Sure. And you
Don't
can
really
tell her
wanna say it like that.
you can tell her those are my fucking words, not yours, mine.
Yeah. I kind of feel bad for Chloe right now.
Oh, I don't. When you're a fucking amateur PI and you do some stupid like she's done, you explain to me how anything, and I've even told you this, how the certain things that y'all have done on YouTube and all this shit, how the fuck it does anything to help find Sebastian other than just put shit out there. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It has left y'all down a what? Completely empty kid road.
Yeah.
I never did.
We never, I mean,
So
obviously
he does
we haven't
express
found
it
him.
there that he hopes that the child is found.
So,
It find Sebastian other than just put all this shit, how the fuck it does anything to help find Sebastian other than just put shit out there. It doesn't.
yeah.
It has.
I've also noticed, though, and correct me if you think I'm off base here, from covering stories like this, a lot of people use that as cover for criticism, if that makes sense. How does this have anything to do with finding? I hear that a lot. How does this have anything to do with finding Sebastian? And I'm not saying that I agree or disagree, but it's kind of like a cloak, that they throw over. That's how I feel about it.
It's left y'all down a what? Completely empty kid road.
Yeah.
I never did.
We never, I mean, obviously we haven't found him. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
I got thinking about this the other night when you and I talked. And you said you don't want to sound like a liar or anything. You're right, you don't. And that's great. But now you got information out there that actually has absolutely fucking zero to do with anything. I wasn't. So there's no clues. There's nothing up to what y'all have released. And I'm just...
Stop. Who did that sound like?
Dawn?
Yeah, there's no evidence. What did he just say? Back it up.
Got a friend of mine, information out there that actually has... You're right, you don't. And that's great. But now you got information out there that actually has absolutely fucking zero to do with anything. I wasn't. So there's no clues. There's nothing up to what y'all have released. And I'm just... Got a friend of mine
That's an interesting statement. Stop. There's no clues. There's nothing. I'm good. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start there. Chris, when you come up to talk to us, that's where we want to start, right there.
Absolutely.
highly respected. All of a sudden, he made a good point. He didn't tell me that. And I was like, you know what? You're very valid on that. Very valid.
On what?
Information that's out there that actually has nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said,
Yeah, when I spoke to, and Dawn has said this, but I asked Dawn, I said, do you think that you will first the disappearance of Summer Wells? I said, do you think that you're going to get jammed up for it? You know, and he said, well, that's impossible. How you can't do that with no evidence. And then I said, well, I don't know what evidence they have. Then he says they don't have any evidence because they could never have any evidence, basically because, you know, we're innocent or however but it was along those lines.
it'll be this evening before I'll be able to get a hold of her. But
what purpose it serves to bring through with. I mean, let's just be honest. I was violent. I mean, violent. I don't understand why that needs to be done.
yeah.
It is what it is.
Okay.
I got to get up and get ready to go to work.
All right. Bye.
I don't have my GoFundMe page to pay my bills.
Yeah, I know. Me neither. All right. Have a good day.
And right there, 5'5", Sebastian Rogers, 5'5", 120 pounds, brown hair, last seen wearing black sweatpants and sweatshirt, wears rimmed glasses, no shoes. If you have any information about where Sebastian is, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND, Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, guys, and you know, this just goes back to what I was talking about, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, and I'm not trying to blame Katie for any type of abuse that she endured. It's absolutely wrong, and I find it grotesque, awful, unimaginable. But Katie's trauma is worse than Sebastian being missing, in my opinion. She's going on and on in the background about how horrible her abuse was, and obviously it's just as raw as it was when it happened. I am not faulting her for that whatsoever. But then you have Chris going, oh, well, it is what it is. I got to go to work. I don't have a fucking GoFundMe page. And, you know, again, all about him. So he's not consoling his wife when she says that. He says, oh, well, whatever, you know. I mean, come on. Are you serious? Like, you didn't feel like you should hold her hand or rub her back or say, honey, I'm so sorry this happened. We're going to find Sebastian. None of that comes out of his mouth. And it's not about Sebastian for Katie. It's about her trauma being put out there, you know, and how can she feel anything for Sebastian when she hasn't reckoned with her own trauma? You know, it goes back to that. And I honestly probably never would have thought of it that way unless I watched this live and heard from Chris McDonough and what he was saying, because he was very focused on that from the very beginning. He was also, I mean, even Dr. Gary was too, and Josh was, you know, telling them the information, showing them the clips. But I don't think I would have really, I just don't think I would have come to that conclusion like that. Again, listening to it again, hearing that perspective, and then it kind of comes to me that way. CP has definite mommy issues and issues with women. It's no secret. People pointed it out from the beginning. You know, we've never seen him go up against a man like that. Only does that with women, several women, the neighbors, YouTubers, parents, sisters, you name it. You know, Sebastian's grandmother. So I find it really funny because I'm guessing, unless I missed something really big, that, you know, Chris McDonough never got his day with Chris Proudfoot, but he said, you know, come on up and put your big boy pants on and, you know, talk to me. Come on up here, because he said that the first thing that he wanted to talk to Chris about was that there was no clues and no evidence and every, you know, because that's no good, you know, but Chris is okay with it. And he said that's where he would start. So I thought that was great. He also, again, made another reference to who does that sound like? And Josh, you know, and I said it too, Don Wells. Sounds just like him. right? No evidence. There's no evidence. So, yeah, nothing. Yeah. Okay. Well, that shows that you don't really care and you know exactly what happened, in my opinion. But yeah, and again, Katie outraged for herself and people knowing about her past rather than focusing on Sebastian. And again, I can't fault her for that trauma response. That these are things that we cannot control. It's a physiological response. These things attack our central nervous system, our brains, all of it, and form who we are. You know. Oh, hey, Anna Marie, thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate you. Thank you. Um, and then one more thing. I didn't really pick up on this the first, few times I watched, but Chris is almost gloating, in my opinion, and boasting that, look at what you guys have done. You guys haven't done anything to find Sebastian's left you down an empty road. Well, you have given us no valuable information, and it's been a shit show that you caused with your wife and acting silly and not doing TV interviews day one, not coming out at the press conference like you should. I mean, all of it, in my opinion, has been designed to confuse, to create chaos, and they're doing it, in my opinion, because they have guilty knowledge. Tina Von Young says Sebastian is probably in the area where his glasses were found. Chris and Katie know where he is. I agree. I agree that that area should probably be checked more thoroughly. Twist and turn says, I just know. I just know that guy's got the bad breath. He's a jerk face. That's so funny. I forget who said it the one night. They were cracking me up. They're like, that guy looks like he smells like really bad cologne and cheap cigars or something. And it wasn't Chris that we were referring, or that they were referring to, but it was funny as hell. Yeah, Meg, this is a good point. See, like, I didn't think this at first, but I definitely do now. Megan says, I absolutely agree. Neither one of them were working for Seth, in my opinion. One of them worked with SF, and a total of 10 YouTube locals have flipped from thinking CP and KP were involved to now they are saints. Yeah, and what a nice guy Chris is. He's a good guy. He's under a lot of pressure, and I can say on the flip side of that, step jerk fits. I can say that I really think that, when it comes to Seth, I don't think he's a saint, but I think he's done more to try to find Sebastian. And so, when he gets upset and, says his feelings, I definitely look at it like that, like, oh, he's under pressure. He needs to get some things out. When Chris does it, though, it's so utterly disrespectful, and it has nothing to do with Sebastian. That's another thing, Yeah, and see, this is something to consider too. SL, thank you. She says, married 5 times by the age of 40. He definitely has issues with women, and I agree with that. Because especially, a lot of these women in the relationship with Chris, I'm sure, didn't like what they got, and if we look at Katie's relationship with Chris, it went something like they met. I even heard that he bought her some cooking classes or something romantic like that she liked. And then he was taking her out to restaurants. He was doing fun things with Sebastian. They were going on hikes and doing all these things. And then he moves them to Tennessee, and that stops. And that is not my words. That is Katie's words. She said, we used to do hiking in California. Well, we could do that here, but, well, yeah, you just slipped. And that's the problem. That's why Chris never lets her get up there and say anything. And another thing to consider is that might be the reason why Seth and Katie don't talk directly and they go through Chris. So Chris can make sure that she doesn't say anything that's going to, slip up and get her in trouble or whatever. And then also, Chris had made the comment, or excuse me, Seth had made the comment that, if he had gotten Katie alone to talk just one-on-one, that he would probably be able to get truth out of her, or he would be able to decipher whether she was being truthful or not with him if they had a chance to just speak one-on-one. And that's maybe another reason why that hasn't happened. Yeah, 5 marriages, 5 CPS reports, allegedly, Megan, I know. Chris's mother owns the land where Sebastian's glasses were found. Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to watch all of that live to kind of get a good idea, but I definitely like to talk a little bit more about that because, as I said in the beginning, Tina Von Young says Chris's mother owns the land where Sebastian's glasses were found. I did confirm that there wasn't any type of comparison with his prescription on those glasses that were found. And that is really a big missed opportunity, in my opinion, to eliminate those glasses. Also, find out if there's anybody's fingerprints on there, different things that they could be doing, but it doesn't seem like they're trying very hard, Oh, okay. Tina says Danny Guy owns the land. Chris's mother manages it. Okay, yeah. And I know those two are very close and that she is recently stepped back into the office to manage. So I did hear that. Thank you, Twists and Turns. Yeah, Danny owns the land. Yeah. So again, yeah, they moved them all. She moved them all to Wicked Socks. Yeah. Yeah, Twists and Turns. And that's the whole deal of it. And when that happens, you're in a very bad position. Never think, let me just tell you this from experience, please never think that a move is going to make things better, because it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're in, the best, situation. I'm trying to think of like where maybe the nicest place. I mean, I love Florida, so I'm thinking maybe it'd be, palm trees and stuff, but like palm trees all around the ocean, everything. That doesn't change the dynamic of the relationship. It never will. And don't let them tell you it's going to, men or women. Oh yeah, we just need a fresh start. Bull crap. And especially if their fresh start involves you moving to where their family lives and you have no family there. Hey, Tina girl, I mean, that's isolating, and you might be self-isolating by doing that and going along with that, right? But you don't know that. It's not like anybody says, oh, I can't wait to be, isolated from all friends and family, and no, nobody whatsoever. Nobody thinks of it like that, right? And unfortunately, when you're in a situation with a narcissist and his mother, again, I know this from experience, the mother is his number one flying monkey. She will always stick up for her baby boy, no matter whether he is right or not. Don't think that just because you've known that person since you were a kid, that she would stick up for you. As a matter of fact, the only reason why she likes you or puts up with you is because her son likes you. But the minute that he doesn't, girl, I hope you survive. I mean, and we see this. I mean, look at Malaya Brooks Murphy. Is that right? Sorry, Malaya Brooks Murphy. I almost called her something different. Murray. Malaya Brooks Murray in Lily and Jack Sullivan's case, right? Their mother. We just recently found out from her monster-in-law that, they were having a lot of issues, and she really didn't, like Malaya too much, and that Malaya wasn't accepted. And maybe that's the reason why she decided that she wasn't going to stay there I mean, I'm not saying that she has no guilt. I'm not saying any of that, but I do think that that could contribute to her not wanting to stay there after her kids come up missing, especially if he did spank them and did mistreat them. Well, dang, I think I did need to. I loaded some other pictures in here and I must have taken out Lily and Jack. Dang it. Okay, hold on. I think I have one in the background of them. Oh no, that's not a good one. But either way, they're so cute. They're little 6 and 4-year-old brother and sister, missing from Nova Scotia, Canada, Lansdowne area. Oh, there's one. Here they are. Oh, and then there's, Chris and Katie playing on the countertop. Not in Sebastian's room, because allegedly they took everything out of Sebastian's room and it's no longer the way he left it. But the 2 little cutie pies on the bottom of the corner over here are the 2 that we were just discussing. And again, no excuses. It's just, 2 things can be true at once. She could have been abused just like he was abusing the kids. Again, Daniel, if you're listening, I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm just saying that that's what's being alleged. And there was no compassion. No compassion. And it really gave me vibes of a monster-in-law, a flying monkey-in-law. So I'm sorry. And when I get these strong feelings like that, and it sends, it's a trigger, it's triggering to me, then I recognize that. And I think, okay, well, there's a reason why I'm feeling this way, because I've been there before. And again, I'm not saying that Malay is innocent or Daniel's innocent. All I care about is where's Lily and Jack again. That's who matter. Well, and that's the thing too. They could have gotten into something that they shouldn't have. Detroit says she was behind the whole Nina debacle and orchestrated the whole thing from the beginning to the end. She wanted that baby girl no matter what. She's evil and the whole thing revolves around her. Mama sucks, in my opinion. I agree. And I'm not saying that, Katie might have been like afraid to rock the boat. I don't know. I'm not her. But she absolutely seemed like she enjoyed being a part of that. And then to allow for that to happen to Sebastian with Melissa, and Sebastian's getting filmed by Melissa while he's trying to tell Katie something, and Katie just let it go down, I mean, it's crazy. Absolutely nuts. SL says Daniel's such a liar, new story every day. I saw that. I also saw him tell one of the creators, like, you need to do better research or whatever. It's like, well, you need to do a better timeline, because I've been side-eyeing both of you guys from day one. Don't think I'm not side-eyeing you. I'm just, we're talking about Sebastian. We're doing this, 3-parter, but don't think for 1 minute that we're not going to listen to your mom's leaked audio, Danielle. So get ready for it. I mean, come on. And I always told you guys from day one, I'm like, I don't know about this, but I'm just going to say the timeline is off and I don't like it and something's weird with it. Hey, SI officer. You know what I'm talking about, SI officer. Yes, exactly. And that's it. We are doing it. We are doing it. Did he say that too? It's a crime and shame too, SL? I wasn't talking about Sunny. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you what. She's the one I like. You know what? I like Sunny, and I'll tell you why I like Sunny, because she was the one that got the side-by-side view of Katie, who took off the and she was calling it a decal because she's Canadian, but we call it a decal. But what it is that magnetic sticker that goes on the car that sticks to the car, and it had Sebastian's missing information on it. Katie took it off of her vehicle, and then Seth came on Sunny's panel and said, oh, hey, I didn't realize that about Katie, but her, Chris's parents took it off of their vehicle, and I was like, wow. So I'm going to say that from what I know about her, she does good investigative work, or at least, somebody brought it to her attention. She wasn't afraid to be like, hey, look at this now, so either way, but I've seen a lot of Daniel making the rounds, which makes me wonder if he is trying to control the narrative, especially when he is getting a little bit mad or pissy with creators. I mean, hey, Hindsight, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You guys did such a great live earlier. Oh my gosh. And I need to actually go back. I'm going to go back and watch it too, because there were a few. I took some notes, but I want to take some more, because it was great. It was absolutely great. Really informative. And then, of course, just kind of bringing a lot of this full circle, because I think, re-examining this stuff. And then there was one, I think it was the Bullhorn Betty clip that you guys played. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Or maybe it was I'm trying to think. Oh, it was the Tony Mathis clip. I had never seen that. Exactly, Anna Marie, Summer, Sebastian, Lily, and Jack. My goodness. And, Travis Decker is still at large, and I had an interesting conversation with one of my neighbors about that case, which, again, I really appreciated a different perspective, right? Because, sometimes you can kind of get caught in the vacuum, or you can, base what you're thinking on certain factors and not considering others. So a good conversation, and also shared about Sebastian too. So yeah, absolutely, Hindsight. I couldn't wait. I'll tell you, it was just such a rough, yucky day on the tubes, on some of the things that was coming into my feed. And, I was just like, oh, I can't wait to see the Voices of Truth tonight. I knew that was going to, put me in a good mood, or, be uplifting, and that's what I think we really need. And then just seeing all the people working together is fantastic, Okay, guys, I'm going to put this next clip on. Sorry, I went down to look at the other one. Okay, there we go.
Desperately, I think it's 80 days now. 80 days this young man has been missing. I want to get to a couple of these questions here, or statements, and I want to thank everybody for your super chats and joining the channel. Where's the plea? And please call TBI if you have video. Did you see him locally? Please help us. If you have my son, I'm coming. Nothing. Yeah, that was never said. Thank you, Vet Girl. You're right. And Dr. Gary touched on that a little bit as well. Is it normal for law enforcement to have kept the Nintendo Switch and Sebastian's Chromebook from school for this long? Chris?
Nope. You want to go through it, and you want to dump information. And if there's information on a dump, then those items go into evidence to show the jury.
And you just keep it.
What do you think they might be looking for?
Well, you can look for conversations between outsiders, i.e. strangers, or anything to that point, to eliminate it, not to add it, to eliminate it, to say, look, we found nothing on his Nintendo Switch or his Chromebook that would indicate that he had outside contact from somebody.
Yeah. Right. Let me see here. Thank you for covering this case. Dr. Eve, thank you. The Gilead 3-hour phone call. Yeah, the Gilligan's Island theme. Great stuff. Sebastian was supposed to start living with his bio dad at the end of the month. Stepdad's father, or stepdaughter was supposed to move in with Chris and Katie right after he disappeared. Chris hinted he did not want Sebastian near his daughter. I also heard that as well. Doctor, do autistic kids ever unalive themselves?
Very unusual. I have heard of things like that, but very unusual or accidental when it happens.
Do you believe? Oh, sorry. Did I cut you off?
No.
The triangle says, do you believe he was already passed?
To say anything, so you might as well.
Yeah. Do you believe? Do you believe he was already passed due to the dogs didn't hit the cadaver dogs? I believe in, and they can say it as well, but I'm under the thought that he's no longer. I don't know when he would have passed, and I don't know if he has passed, but I do believe that he's not. I believe he's not with us.
I think it's a logical supposition. No matter which of the three narratives we go with, none seems to have a happy ending.
And Muddy Paws, thank you again. He has 2 CPS cases with Sebastian, the belt one a few years ago, one in January that he won't disclose what happened as well. So it sounds like there's more.
Can we stop there one more time for a second, Josh? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Chris, take your time.
That was a dangerous statement.
I love him. Let's think about this, okay? A child goes missing. 15-year-old young man just vanishes in the middle of the night. Okay, here's my question. How many in the chat tonight, you don't have to answer, but I want you to think about this. How many people are in the watching you tonight, Josh? About 3,000?
We got 3,500.
Okay. Out of the 3,500 people.
And they're not watching me. They're watching you guys.
Well, whatever. We love you all. All you lab rats.
We do. Absolutely. Thank you for being here.
Got good taste. That's
it. That said, here's the point. How many of you have CPS cases in your history? Don't answer it, but I want you to think about 3,500 people here. And how many of you have ever had CPS ring your doorbell? If the answer is 0 for you, those of you, okay, then guess what? There's a high probability that this child's risk level is way up there. If there are 5 marriages, multiple CPS cases, family members in the circle that are RSOs with ankle bracelets, okay, i.e. the system has been watching this family. So, I see all the zeros coming up. That tells you a ton of information. Okay?
Hence the plumber's rocket moment about why it would be so upsetting that it.
I love that you coined that. That is awesome.
I like it too.
I got to throw quarters at you every time you say something.
I coin a phrase, you throw a coin at
another coin. Go ahead, Josh. Back to your comments. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, guys. So the plumber's rocket is what Dr. Gary was the one with the plumber's rocket. And what it is, he was explaining to us that back in Victorian times, they would have a leak in the pipe, right? And so their solution was to throw the plumber's rocket down there, which would emit smoke, like a smoke bomb, right? And if there were cracks in the pipe, then the smoke would come seeping out of the cracks. So they'd be able to pinpoint where the cracks were. So he used this analogy in terms of Katie and Chris. And I would have to agree. And, again, I saw someone write in the chat, about the 3-hour call, twists and turns. Yeah, a 3-hour call, that she doesn't believe that because she believes Chris was home. I mean, no confirmed alibi from Chris. So, I mean, I can't really say heads or tails of that. But, Chris McDonough says, you have a 15-year-old that vanishes in the middle of the night. there's CPS involvement, which equals a higher risk. So, in my opinion, allegations are made, right, for CPS to become involved. And that could be from a mandated reporter. That could be from a child calling CPS on their parents, right? Let's be honest, the kids could, call because they're mad, like, I'm calling CPS on you, right? But also a mandated reporter could see a bruise on a child, right? And it could be from like wrestling with their brother or something like that. And they could call it in and say, I'm not used to seeing bruises on this kid, but he came to school with a bruise, something like that, right? Also, I've heard people bring it to my attention that if you're going through a divorce in certain states, and I don't remember exactly which state they were referring to or if it was multiple states, but that would also trigger CPS being involved, right? Say there was a back and forth or a nasty divorce, right? Those are some reasons why. But then also, if there is obvious abuse going on, again, I believe that some reports were made by people who were mandated reporters, but I also believe that there may have been a report that Sebastian stepped up and said, or two, let's be honest, where he said, look, this is going on in my house, or showed, because remember when Chris told Smiley, Sebastian showed, and then he changed it, told his teacher, right? So what did he show his teacher? If he showed a mark that looked like abuse, right? Because otherwise there wouldn't be a mark there, then that indicated to the mandated reporter, you have to report it, right? Being a mandated reporter. So she did. And I think that's what we see in this case, rather than just like the divorce, a divorce happening, because we know that didn't occur. And then also the mandated reporters, I think, were. But the bottom line is that the system was watching this family, right? So the system was putting the rocket, the plumber's rocket, down the pipe and seeing where the smoke was coming out to find out where the cracks were. And they were arguably trying to do their best to help, right? Another interesting point that Chris McDonough brings up, because he's asked, is it normal for law enforcement to have kept Sebastian's Nintendo Switch and his Chromebook this long? And just to put that in perspective, Sebastian went missing February 25th, 2024, reported missing the 26th at around 6:30 a.m. And this interview was from May 15th, 2024, right? And Chris McDonough said no right away, right? No, this is not normal, because typically what happens is we dump the information and then we sift through it, and whatever is deemed as evidence is put into the case file, for lack of a better way to say it, in order for the jury to decide, right? It's evidence for a trial. He said they also look for outside contact with someone else. And then Dr. Brucato was asked, is it typical for a child on the spectrum or a teen on the spectrum to take their own life? And he said it's very unusual. So just a little bit of, kind of background and questions from chat, which are really, really very good questions, because, on May 15th, they should have already had Sebastian's electronics back. And then also they should have dumped and started going through and finding the pertinent information to hand over to the prosecution. But in my opinion, I don't think that there was ever an intention of prosecuting Chris and Katie. And the reason why I think that is because Sheriff Snuggle Struggle was operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and he felt sorry for Chris and Katie, and he was always saying, oh, well, I can't imagine how the parents feel. Well, what about Sebastian? Because if I imagine what the parents feel like, and then I see how they're acting, it's a complete contrast, right? And then that makes me suspicious right off the bat, because why don't you care that your son's missing? Why is your trauma that happened to you years ago, why does it matter? And then again, not to be harsh or insensitive, if it's not true, then why are you so upset, right? And it just shows that Katie is absolutely beside herself, because this is true, and then people know about it. So we see how they react when something is true, but they don't like it, and they don't want others to know about it. Chris gets extremely hostile. He starts threatening people. He goes to the extreme of saying they'll never open their mouth again if they do. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. So, the proof is in the pudding. Megan says, SI officer, I only noticed when they showed her driving as well. The front window doesn't have tint on the car she was shown in. No, I don't think it does have tint. And, you know, I could show you guys too. Do I have Katie driving? Rolling down the street. There she is. Now, the back windows look tinted, but not the front, not the driver passenger windows. Only the back. I mean, the back looks heavily tinted. Now that you guys say that. Now that I'm looking again, thank you guys, because that's why, you know, all of our heads are better than just one. Great catch. Detroit says Mama B is the leader of the pack, and she's the one who should be locked until she's the one who fuels the fire, in my opinion. I agree. And she's not afraid, like, at all to show herself, right? She's like, she told that one person, like, I'll see you in hell or something weird. You know, that wasn't a direct quote, guys, but I mean, I was taken back by that, because if somebody's like, you know, you're gonna go to hell, I'd be like, no, I'm not. You know, I would stick up for myself. Not Mama Sock. She's like, oh yeah, I know. It's like she knows already, and you know, she's like, I'll see you there. Adam Forever 21 says, in my opinion, I think the hot that there's all of those people do rugs. It certainly seems that way to me. And Tina says, yep, Mommy B is the leader of the pack. Yeah, Meg says 0. Well, one is too many. One is absolutely too many. Well, what it is that it is exactly the bottom line. The system is watching the family when that happens, right? Like if you get a knock on the door like they did at dinner, that means they're wondering what's going on at the house. But even Chris, when he was explaining it to Smiley, he almost seemed like, again, bragging. Like, oh yeah, it was the same lady from the last time. And I just was like, oh, hey. And she's like, hey. And I'm like, yeah, this. And then like, oh my God. And oh, he's just a child. It's okay. And then I sat in there, and then I told Sebastian, eat your food. And he thought he was going to get me kicked out. It's like, he did not think he was going to get you kicked out, Chris. I mean, and it's that horrible attitude against Sebastian that really gets my goat. Because he's just always, Sebastian's a liar. Sebastian wanted me out of the house. Sebastian does this. No, it's you. Did you ever think that if you treated him differently or set a better example for him, that he wouldn't be exhibiting the behaviors that you dislike? Because that's on you as a parent. I had someone come in here one night and say, does anybody have kids with behavioral issues? Well, first of all, don't dare put Sebastian in that category, because it won't fly here. Not after I saw how he was at the Texas Roadhouse. I will never believe that Sebastian had behavioral issues to the extreme that they were saying he did. Now, am I saying he's a perfect child? No, because none of us are perfect. Not even when we don't reach perfection when we're adults even. But to say that he was this unruly like kid that you could, like, oh my God, I can't take it anymore. No way. He did not exhibit that behavior. As a matter of fact, when he was a small child, he exhibited compassion, love, and care for his partner, for his neighbor. And it didn't matter what he was going through. It's almost like he sensed a disturbance in the force and he's like, I need to help this little girl. And he helped her out, and then he got back together with what he was doing and having a ball and singing and, dancing in the recital. So don't tell me. And again, when he was very small, and Seth shared the video of Sebastian playing tag with that whole group of kids, he would go up and nicely tap the little girl and tag her. Some boys are like so rough and tumble. They're like, some of them would get on top of the thing and probably jump off like it was WWF or whatever. Sebastian was very, very aware and in tune with others and their feelings. Sebastian was very aware and in tune with Katie and what she wanted and pleasing her. SI officer, in my opinion, he was home. Don't talk about my truck. Hey, Mark Klein, don't talk about my truck. Don't talk about my mama. And nobody likes their mamas being talked about. I mean, I wouldn't like my mama being talked about either, but the point is, yeah, and see, Bo, that puts it into perspective as well. 5 CPS reports in 14 months. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's too many. Far too many, right? So that means that, like, there was a lot of reporting being done, in my opinion. That's what I could gather from it, right? Because, again, what did I write down here? CPS involvement, there'd have to be like allegations made, right? Like CPS isn't going to just show up at your house, right? Willy-nilly. And they have a lot of cases, and there's a lot of horrific circumstances that, people find themselves in. And so, they don't just like show up and be like, hey, we're going to cause trouble over here because we don't have anything better to do. They're there for a reason. It's because somebody's called them and said, hey, I'm concerned with whatever. And it's not always everyone in the house's fault, right? Like, for instance, let's just say that Chris was being mean to Sebastian and he was abusing him and hitting him, and Katie wasn't doing anything about it, right? It still puts the responsibility on Katie, being his mother, being an adult in the household. But again, the report was made on Chris, right? Because of his actions and what he was doing. So, that's to be considered. Detroit says, in my opinion, they need to look into their backyards, so to speak, the Sox. Yeah, I think so too, if they haven't, and I really don't think they have. If I thought they had, I'd say, well, if they really exhausted everything, then maybe, don't go after them, but they haven't done that, in my opinion. Like, they haven't done their due diligence, in my opinion. SI officer says the whole Happy Poker family, in my opinion, a whole family affair. Yes, and that worries me too, and especially with many other sources coming out and being like, well, whenever Chris had a problem with his exes, Mr. Sox, his stepdad, would go ahead and pay people to harass these women. And, it all came down to Chrissy Poo and little Chrissy and how he feels, and though that mean girl hurt him. Well, did you ever think for a minute that girl might have gotten sick of his crap? Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Women's Warrior. I've had several CPS reports against my family because of DV. And that's it too. Sometimes it's not, well, I'm not going to say sometimes. if you are a victim in the situation, it's never your fault. Never your fault. And I can understand why people wouldn't want that to be known, you know, and it would be embarrassing because it is, you know. And again, when you're going through a divorce and there's a lot of mudslinging back and forth, we see that with Nina. It happens all the time. And not only that, abusers will use the system too. So if you try to leave them, oh, they're going to call on you. They might even call on you and say, oh, this person's a bad person. And it's sick because they manipulate and use the system. Hey, Carla. Oh, no, I didn't see. Crime Time Buzz had a short tonight with the sheriff from close town to Hendersonville and a man who rescues trafficked kids about TBI's corruption. No, but I do need to watch that one. I'll put that with 54 Keys there. And it's a short. Thank you, Carla, and thanks for being here. That'll be interesting. So, SA Officer, have you watched it? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Hindsight, yes. Poker Face, yes, every single one of them. Well, and see, that's the thing, you know, there may have been a lot more to the poker game, the poker party, or that gathering, you know. I mean, a poker could be a cover, you know. Well, plus that was one state, Tennessee. Allegedly there were past reports in one or two other states, allegedly California and possibly New Mexico. Yes. Well, and when I watched 5D today, Nina had said that Chris had called CPS on her when she left with Faith, right? Because he even told Nancy Grace, oh, she fled to New Mexico. She didn't flee to New Mexico. She went back to where she lived before. You know, she went to her support system. And that's one of the most important aspects of getting out and healing is a support system. That's why the abuser will take you out of that support system and isolate you from anybody who cares about you, and then even sometimes manipulate you into thinking that that your friends aren't really your friends and they don't care about you and they only do. And so it's very, again, like psychological warfare. One of those men mentioned something about sighting of Sebastian in nearby town was connected. Oh, okay. I hope it wasn't Shelbyville. Twist and Turn says, I felt that all along. I would have figured it out if I was a detective. I've always had questions others don't. Also, I have checked with CP's whereabouts, and they should have by now, and other things. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. In my opinion, I don't think that the police would be using this strategy long term at all. But, you know, because it's hard for me to believe that this would even be a strategy. But if it was to say, oh, we're not going to clear the parents so the real perpetrator doesn't think we're hot on the trail, right? I don't think they would have went and let this go on for so long if they really truly didn't believe that there was some guilt with the parents. Now, and I don't mean to sound like a hypocrite or contradict myself within the same statement, but I will say that one of my theories has always been that they won't clear Chris and Katie that they won't clear Seth because they don't want Chris and Katie to know, right? And I think that would be a sacrifice that would be more possible than, you know, if they thought someone else really hurt Sebastian. Because, you know, and again, they're keeping all of this stuff like Like, they won't tell us, you know, they won't come out and tell us anything, you know, and they haven't. But you would think something like an alibi, like just to ease everyone's mind, to be like, hey, Chris and Katie were both accounted for, or Chris was at least accounted for. But then we hear that Chris's truck was picked up in the geofencing, and we went over the geofencing, and that was very eye-opening. Because again, you know, we have the cell tower data and we have the cell pings, but what this technology does with geofencing is it actually reroutes all of those pings to a central location, which is known as a stingray, is the most typical brand that they use to do the geofencing. But there's also other reasons to do it. But it's so accurate that it can actually pinpoint someone if they're in a particular room in a house. So it's you know, it goes through the walls. It's actually some pretty cool technology. Downside to it, like there is everything. When they use this technology, everybody's data is pulled in, right? So they can't particularly, I mean, because it's a geofenced area, right? But it's not like you can only do it maybe in one house. It's got to be like a location, like an area, and its reach is far. But you are going to be pulling in everyone's data. So like whatever everybody's looking at. So if they did it in a neighborhood like Victoria Place, they would be getting everybody's data, which then they're just looking for, you know, foreign, you know, people or cars or things like that should be in the area that were, and all that. SL, I need to go watch Mob Crew. I saw that Mob Crew was on tonight, and I need to go over and to check that out too. He works really, really hard. Chris from Mob does. SI officer says, in my opinion, as much as they want us to believe he was not falling for the BS game, it is good they're bringing the corruption to light. Yes, this is happening. Yeah, I mean, I am a bigger believer in Summer being involved in some like a T ring, right? Than I am in Sebastian's case. But that doesn't mean that I'm right. But I mean, based on what I've based on what I've seen and what I'm working on, SI officer, I would have to agree that is, you know, a 5% chance for me out of 100, and I'd say now closer to 85% on the Foot Clan being responsible for something horrific. Tina Von Young says 4 cases of abuse and 1 case on Sebastian going missing. Who has 5 CPS cases? Well, and who? Yeah. Well, Tina, thank you. And here's another great point too that I want to add on to what you're saying. Is like, why would CPS allow for these to keep on accumulating? Why weren't they like at 2 reports, right? Because 1 report, okay, like I said, maybe he had a bruise from like rough housing, right? Maybe he likes to climb trees and he fell out and broke his arm, right? Something like that. And then CPS gets involved because there's concern and an allegation, or just concern, right? We've never seen this kid with a broken bone. Now here he is with broken bones, right? And so, but to have them accumulate like that, like there's no excuse. And then don't forget, this person was fired. And I don't know if that social worker was on all 5, but, and I know their hands are tied depending, you know, they have rules and bosses like everybody. But I mean, if I see those babies being racked up, I mean, that is like red flag, ding, ding, ding. Like, I mean, that is like, you know, plugging in a sign with neon that's blinking, help, 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 right? Because like that many cases, no way. And it's it's unacceptable. You know, that means that like Sebastian was not cared about. The state of Tennessee did not care about Sebastian. They dropped the ball, and then instead of like deciding, hey, we need to make sure we need to make this right. We absolutely missed something huge here, and now this child is missing. They just act like nothing happened. Again, worried about their asses more than Sebastian. And that's not right, because we would not want our kids to be treated that way. Yeah, I don't think so either, SI officer. I mean, and like I said, the school, I don't know. Those places are awful. So I don't even know if that would be the best case scenario, but if he was still with us, it's just, I don't know. I'm still not all the way, but Carla says, I've been saying corruption and we don't know how well or how high. Well, it sounds all the way up to the top. And I think that that's becoming more evident as we move through the case. I feel like it is more evident that the corruption has to be at a higher level in order for all of this to have gone down the way that it has. And, you know, let's not forget what Chris said about Bobby Simmons won't be talking to Seth directly for long. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, who do you think you are? Or he knows exactly who he is and how much pull he has, and so he's cocky. You know, and Chris McDonough said it again too. The longer that you withhold this information from the public that you have that can help, it puts law enforcement at a disadvantage, and it makes the suspect or the person who did this more and more confident. And we've actually saw that play out, because Chris's last rant that he did was by far the worst. By far the worst. And again, it was to a woman. Go figure. You know, so, and he did it, not me, so don't come after me. SI officer says this does, and it was going to take some time. Running out of patience. I know, with games. Well, and it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. And in the interview, Meg says they didn't even get to hear CP and KP degrade Sebastian. Right, exactly. Yeah, why didn't they show a clip of Mr. Proudfoot on Smiley's story saying that he hit Sebastian with the belt and that he liked to throw his things away? How come we didn't hear that on America's Most Wanted? How come America's Most Wanted didn't have big red flags? It runs deep, SI officer. How come there was no big red flags coming from them? How many times have they gone and visited a missing child's house and saw that their room was cleared out? Oh, wait, they didn't get to visit the house. That's right. They went to a totally different house. I wonder how many interviews they've done that looked like this, where the mother and the stepfather were playing with the child's toys in the kitchen on the counter. I mean, you're not fooling anyone, America's Most Wanted. Actually, you look foolish to us. And I'm sorry, and maybe that's just me, but like a bunch of damn fools. And, you know, I'm very disappointed. Yeah, well, and see, there's been a lot of sightings too, Tina, and, you know, I'm glad people are keeping their eyes open. He said many invitations is a chicken shit. Detroit. Oh my gosh, 100%. He is. He's a little quack, you know, like he's not gonna get up there. He's not gonna do any of that. He's like, you know, Chris McDonough's like, come on up here, you know. It's like, oh yeah, he's not gonna come up. Hindsight, thank you. You know, he's not. He's such a coward, and you know, I just love to get him on a hot mic. I mean, I know we've had some hot mic moments with him, but I would really like to get him on a hot mic. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we need to go in front, and we do need to make our voices heard. I agree. That is a big way to make change, peaceful protest, in my opinion. Yeah, SI officer, you're spot on. It is sick and demented. Yeah, people have thought, I've thought about that, Bo, too, with the Mississippi River, and it's because of Chris's, opportunity in that area. So I've never quite discounted that either. You know, um, Adam Forever 21 says it's so apparent that they are guilt, or that they're guilty. Knowledge we need to bring in all to light. So how higher up we are losing time to find him already, and wasted time. There's been a lot of wasted time, Adam Forever 21, and I share your frustration, and I understand, and I agree completely that it's very apparent to anyone who doesn't have the war paint on, right, of YouTube. If it's just talking with people out and about, most people, and this, and because I've done it before, and I maybe I need to be doing that again, but just getting public perspective on it, like going out on the street asking people if I can interview them or something. But I think from my experience, I didn't come upon one person who thought that Sebastian walked out of the house by himself. I didn't come across one person who thought that was a trash truck in the middle of the night. I mean, very eye-opening. And maybe I need to just get like a script together so that way I'm not biased, and I'm not, trying to sway anybody's opinion either way. But maybe that's something that we need to be doing over here is asking the public what they think. People off of YouTube that don't have any skin in the game, and see what they have to say about it. Because I'm curious. Oh, okay, SI officer. I don't remember seeing a photo. Now there's a photo somewhere of a much darker tint in her driveway that morning. Okay, so a car just like hers with a darker tint on the front windows. Yeah, so I agree. I think that Chris despised Sebastian. And if Sebastian bit him, like I think, I wouldn't put anything past him as far as what he would do to him. Well, and I've thought about that too, SL. And I kind of brought in like the analogy where, especially with Sebastian getting older and asserting himself and his independence, if he didn't just get quite sick of the crap and, just tell Chris Proudfoot off, and that set Chris off or something like that, that wouldn't be lost on me, because that seems like a scenario that could really fit, especially when we see how hot-headed Chris can be and all of that, A statement says a lot. Absolutely, SL. Does anyone know if the sheriff was at the poker game? I do not know that, Tina, but I've never heard that he was. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't. And I'll tell you, it's been alleged that Terry Bowersox knew a lot of cops, and that they would come and visit him, on his lunch break. But I'll just say this as well. Look, I've known police officers on a personal level and things like that. I mean, just because I had a lunch with a police officer wouldn't mean that I'm like, like he's like working for me or he's in my back pocket. No, or that I'm lining his pockets in order to do something. We could have known each other from school. We could have, we could have known each other from anywhere. It could have been an uncle. It could have been, a dad, whatever. I mean, there's people, or I should say law enforcement agents are people as well. Officers are people. So, I mean, that part doesn't really worry me as much as some of the other allegations, especially when it came to like paying for, playgrounds. So that way they could do this, that, and the other. That's definitely called a payoff where I'm from. So, well, thank you, Mark. Exactly. The teacher said he wasn't a problem also. I mean, everybody loved Sebastian. Everybody loved Sebastian that encountered him. Nobody had bad things to say about Sebastian except for Chris and Katie. Let's be honest. Well, that's true. Look at the tense. Yeah, it speaks volumes when people talk in the past tense. Yeah, I agree with that, Michelle. And, that's always a big indicator of kind of what they're thinking. Definitely something to keep an eye out for. Yeah, well, and, I think it might have been SL says, how did Chris know about getting kicked out? Because that's exactly what CPS would do. I think that they probably warned him and Katie and been like, they probably had like a sit down with Katie and be like, you can't keep allowing this because you're the other adult. And they probably told Chris that, like, if you don't stop this and we have to come back here, either Sebastian's going to get taken out of the house or you're going to get taken out of the house. So those are my thoughts on it, or the the logic behind what I think. But as our officer says, in my opinion, they just despised him and enjoyed humiliating him and abusing him mentally, physically, and emotionally. It's very, very sad. It is extremely sad, and it's really infuriating because, especially like we were talking about earlier with Chris, it's always the ones that he thinks that he can hurt, right, easily. He's not the one that's going to go down and pick like a really big guy and pick a fight with him. No, or even somebody his own size. No, he's going to pick on a child, like little 3-year-old, Nina's little 3-year-old boy when he was in his car seat. He reached back and backhanded them in the face, the little boy. He was 3 years old and they were in San Diego at that time. Nina also talks about how Chris was trying to cut her daughter's fingernails, and she pulled away from him and didn't want him to do it, and so he backhanded her in the mouth. She was wearing braces, and the braces cut her lips open. Okay, and then let's not forget that when a baby, his little baby daughter is crying in her carrier seat, her car seat, he gets upset. He slams the car seat on the table because she was crying, because she was doing what a baby does, doing what Chris does on the daily, crying to his mommy. Nobody slams him down on a coffee table, unfortunately. Maybe he does need a few light slams every now and then. Sammy says it may have been a different channel, but I'll find it and send it to you. Thank you, Sammy. There were so many good shows in the beginning, and groups of people used to do what they called the Power Channel. Smiley had. Oh, okay. Oh, cool, Sammy. Yeah. Hey, Nathan. Good to see you. Okay, Sammy says to jump off the power panel because Chris didn't want to call into the group here. He only wanted to talk to Smiley. Oh, yeah. So she went to her channel, and that's where she got the gold Mind Smiley interview. She did fantastic. Smiley was great. And she knows how to ask those follow-up questions, and also holding him to answering one if he kind of skated around a little bit. But okay, so I never did see that the context of that. As a matter of fact, how I found out it was an impromptu interview was because Smiley went on Jay's panel and told her about it and said, hey, I was on this other show and Chris pulled me off and said he'll talk to me right now. And so I hurried up and went over there. And, that was before that flip happened. Talk about flips. And we've seen people flip, like, not only just like, oh, I changed my opinion because I, heard this and it made me think differently. No, they like went all the way to the nastiness, and, there's got to be a reason to do that. Most people are going to step away, but they're not going to go and be nasty. There's a reason that they're being nasty. And, I'm sorry. It's disgusting. You having the child, the stepfather of a child who's missing on your channel saying close your legs because you're in Cooter something. Nasty. Cooter Island or whatever the fudge it is. That's disgusting. And, shame on you. I know, Meg, and that's the thing. I wish someone would find him already if they did take him somewhere. I know. You would think somebody would have came forward. Do the right thing. Come forward. If you have information, please don't keep it to yourself. Tell law enforcement. You can make yourself anonymous. Oh, that's a good movie, Nathan. The Mississippi Burning. I've watched that. Nathan said, I thought of Sumner County today. I was watching the movie Mississippi Burning on YouTube, and I swear it was like watching the Sumner County Sheriff's Department. I would have to agree. Corruption, very dirty. Yes. Highly recommend that one. Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. No, I don't think he was trafficked. No, no, ma'am. I do not think that. If I thought that, we would have a different conversation. I can't say that I mean, it's not, but well, and we even heard from Chris McDonough saying statistically, little girls are the ones that are targeted, but not to say that little boys aren't, but it's just less likely. And I think, when we're looking at this, we do have to consider the most likely scenario and work our way, every scenario needs to be considered, but, the most likely are probably going to be a better bet than the least likely or less probable. Brenda says Chris was not happy with Truth when Truth talked about the truck and the geofencing. Oh yeah, he was PO'd, right? And he came up on his panel. Not only did Chris come up there, but let's not forget all of those people swooped in, right? Clue was up there, and this one was up there, and that one, Granny, the nasty, disgusting, vile creature was up there. I know what you did today. This is about Sebastian. No, me neither, Bo. I don't think it was the T-ring. The truth is coming. Winter is coming. The SI officer. I don't see how people are carrying such a large burden. I don't, especially with how much pressure is on this case. That is actually mind-boggling to me. How people can, oh, Brenda, 100%. How people could act like this isn't happening in their own community, how people could just act like, Sebastian could, oh yeah, it's probably, he could just poof vanish, how they don't think these two are weird over here, playing with toys on the counter of a, rented Airbnb or one of mommy's, staged homes, Thanks, Meg. Chris and Katie would not let the dogs in their yard or house. The dogs had to start in the driveway. Yeah, see, Tina? Oh, yeah. And then they also say, oh, well, we didn't want Jules looking through whatever. Oh, baloney. And then telling Heather Cohen, too, oh, Jules said there was nothing she could do to help. Oh, gosh. Please. I think so, too, Nathan. I did think they dropped the ball at first, right? But that was when I was given the benefit of the doubt. And then, I'm like, hey, get off your collective bums and do something, right? And then I was like, oh gosh, they're just deliberately not following up. And I mean, again, the proof is in the pudding. At Night has no reason to say anything, and they showed receipts for it even. So that's cool. That's cool, Kathy. Wow, that's really neat. All right, guys, I'm going to show this last clip and then we'll get to chatting back again.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate you guys being here and doing this. I know people adore the things that you guys have to say and hang on every word. They really do. And I have a lot of respect for both of you. And
I bet some people listening don't appreciate the things we say.
Yeah, who cares about them? All right, so let's see.
We care about you, chicken lips.
No, not that, not me. I don't care about the people that don't care what I have to say, that don't listen. I noticed Katie is rocking both front and back and side to side. I know in children, it's a self-soothing action. Dr. Gary, is it the same in adults?
Oh, it's complicated. In individuals that are on the spectrum, rocking is a very different meaning than an anxious non-spectrum individual who's doing it. It could have a different meaning. I mean, you have to remember that rocking is a behavior that would have been used to soothe most of us when we were infants. It's in sort of our entire lives is going to be associated with a little dopamine kick, and feeling a little better because somebody is cradling us and it has a way of kind of de-escalating high anxiety and so forth. But people that are on the spectrum, it can have a very different meaning because there can be any kind of stereotyped activity, that can be done for some idiosyncratic reason and we don't know what it is. You can see a child on the spectrum rocking and it doesn't mean that they're anxious at all. They can just do a stereotyped behavior at baseline. I mean, I've seen everything imaginable, and there are also tics and things that people do. So I think it's one of those things where it's like cats have tails and dogs have tails, but cats are not dogs. It's a feature that is in common between a number of things, but it doesn't place a person into a certain bucket. It's just a feature of many different things. So you have to take it in the context of the person.
Very good.
Right. You understand?
I do. Maui girl. Look, aloha, Josh, Chris, Dr. Gary. I'm loving the witness box. My heart breaks for Sebastian. Please hit the like. It's free. Maui girl, a moderator for the interview room and a supporter of the lab. Fantastic. Love Maui girl. Thank you so much.
Somebody texted me the other day and had a typo. I told them it was a Freudian slip. They called it the witless box.
Oh,
I said, okay, change that L to an N, please. Thank you. But I got the kick out of it. That's a Freudian slip. We called it the witless box.
Sick Karen on him. Oh, you don't want that. You don't want that. Trust me. But
I always say that Karen has the tenacity of a lobster. When she catches onto you, you'll lose that finger. Like a lobster. She's amazing.
You want to talk about investigative journalism, done with class and just brains. She is sharp. I've read a lot of her stuff. I read everything she puts out, her blogs on the interviewroom.com.
Yeah.
She writes up. She is just top
You
notch.
can go back, her pseudonym when she was, full time is Karen Smith. So, when she was with the LA Times and everything, that was Karen Smith, though. That's
that's very interesting.
She's just fantastic. Let me see.
I brought her over from the dark side. She's a McDonough now.
We've done those.
Yeah, that won't be accurate already. Yeah.
Josh, thanks for doing this with these two excerpts because you have a lot of people on YouTube who think they know everything. That's true.
I refuse to discuss that subpopulation.
Well, so we'll do a part 2. Thank you guys so much for we're like, I don't know, almost an hour over time, but and I apologize to you guys. I tried to get as much in as we could. We'll do a part 2. Who knows? We may even pick it up on the podcast where we have an unlimited amount of time as well. But we will do a part 2 if you guys are willing to do it again.
Of course. So you can for a couple of hams. You think you're gonna have to fight us to come back on?
Okay, guys. So that's funny. That is so hilarious. I would love to have any of the 3 of those guys up here, because just the expertise that they have, right? Really valuable stuff. And I'm going to look and see if I can't find a part 2. I'm sure there was one, or I have to, hunt down a podcast for us. But, SI officer says it's not shocking at all. This is why they've been silent and they're scared everything will be exposed and people are fired. And, I think they are doing a CYA as cover your own ass, kind of thing. And CYA can be good because you always make sure that you're, in the right. But when you're doing a CYA after the fact, that means that you're trying to clean up something you did that you don't want people to know about. See, I don't know. Detroit says, well, what about the traffic cameras coming in and out? There has to be footage. Well, and I was thinking that too. And then the license plate readers, they would have to have that as well. It's like, and then the trail cam that they said, what about Worshams? I mean, all of these seem like missed opportunities. And not to mention the gas station on the way home from the Texas Roadhouse that Mr. and Mrs. E visited and showed us. I mean, that area behind the dumpsters and stuff, it doesn't look like a camera is back there. And I mean, that could be a very quick handoff. And I'm not saying that happened, but I'm saying it's possible. Because we just don't know. Brenda says also when CP found out how accurate Jules' dog was, he wouldn't let her on his property. Yeah, it's kind of funny that right after, Jules has a conversation with Chris, all of a sudden she's being, attacked left and right. And I won't speak for her, but, I'll just put it out there. Whenever somebody says something where they're getting close, they seem to get attacked. It's just happened too many times. And I agree with Adam Forever 21. Michelle, I saw your comment. Detroit, absolutely. I mean, and the thing is that people are seeing it from their own perspectives. From what they're gathering. And, you guys consume different things than I do. And, unless we review it all together here, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that I might not have seen yet or that I'm not, privy to. But going back to what Dr. Gary said, someone asked if, rocking is specific to someone who is on the spectrum. And, he says, not necessarily. He says, because someone on the spectrum is rocking back and forth for a different reason. It takes a different meaning for someone on the spectrum than a person who is anxious and not on the spectrum to be rocking, because rocking is a soothing type of thing that people do for themselves because we're used to being rocked as infants. And so sometimes we can find that to be soothing and comforting. And, you know, but it's not just specific to someone on the spectrum. And moreover, it indicates something completely different, because it could be a self-stimming or stimming behavior, right? Well, and I wonder about them being scared, because I do think they do have a lot of protection, probably where death threats came from. If sheriff's house gets shot up while his family's home, Craddock feels safe. Yeah, well, and that's a good point, Carla. Yeah, Star says if they're doing their job, surely Ellie would have examined all of the footage. It's also suspiciously confusing. And I agree. I mean, that should have been the very first thing they went for, that, and then, phone pings and, dumping the phones, seeing what was on there, all of the electronics. They have, SI officer says these people have gotten away with threats, have gotten away with so much, and it's so obvious. Yeah. And there is an arrogance about them, in my opinion. And I think that confidence has built over time, because law enforcement hasn't said anything, and they're like, aha, see, we're cooperating. Well, it doesn't hold much water when we consider the source. Because if an officer already, if somebody is not even a sheriff or someone higher ranking in the department, and they think that grape minus the G is nothing more than a snuggle struggle, then we have a problem right off the bat. And somebody like that doesn't belong on the police force anywhere, or heaven forbid to talk to a victim of that. Yeah, Clue should be ashamed of herself. Absolutely. Absolutely. I saw her crap too a little bit. Because she's unequivocally wrong. And it's not even just in my opinion. Good night, Miss Brenda Calvert. Thanks for being here. It's people like them that is the reason why, as a society, people find it okay for domestic violence to still be an issue in our society. And I stand on that 10 toes down. Megan L says, CP actually said you can bring dogs, but they aren't searching my home. My family's homes are none of our properties. Yes, he did. Yes, he did say that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, he sure did. Yeah. You can go search for Sebastian where he's not. Yeah. I'm sure you are okay with that, SI officer says, and yeah, we will keep asking what, where, don't they, etc. Yet if we look at TCB head on today, there's our answer. It's becoming a brick wall. Yeah, I'm gonna go over and look at that SA officer. Yeah, absolutely, Meg. And and that's the thing about the Texas Roadhouse footage. There's so much going on, and it's so busy, right? And every time you watch it, you can almost pick up on something different. Megan says, I've also been watching the Texas Roadhouse video a lot more lately, and I'm picking up on a lot that I missed in the first few times. Yeah, and even in these phone interviews, it's like you catch something and you're like, well, wait a minute, but if this happened already, right? Because we know different things, and then the hindsight is always 20/20 vision. So, looking back on that, we're gonna have more information and more just more knowledge. Yeah. Detroit. Crime Time Buzz. That's what I thought. I thought you were talking about Crime Time Buzz. Thanks, SI officer. Sebastian did have 2 rolls from the first order of rolls that came out. Oh, okay. So when they first sat down, the the host brings out or brought them 4 to the table. It looked like 4, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 rolls to begin with. So maybe the footage that came later was another basket, because I think there were 3 in that one. So yeah, so somebody took 1 out of that one too, right? Or something. I'd have to go back and look. Yeah, I don't like my food touching either. Fun fact, I do not like my food touching either, Meg. I've been teased that I need those, dividers, because I don't. Like, if there's something on my plate that I think is going to be touching, I'll just wait and get that later. I'm not even kidding with you. Nope, don't like my food to touch. Especially if it's stuff that doesn't go together. Meg says he doesn't like his hands dirty, and I think he went to the bathroom to wash his hands. I don't know. He seemed to be in there for a minute, but I also have to consider if I'm watching the video that's been slowed down and watch, the timestamp, because that's another thing that I would have to consider to see how long he stayed in the bathroom too, because some of that footage is slowed down. I don't think any of it was sped up, but again, I could be wrong. But I agree. I mean, that's been said by everyone, that Sebastian does not like to be dirty, that he does not like bugs. And again, I would have to agree with him. I would. I've never liked bugs. Not a fan of them at all. And I wash my hands because I don't like my hands to be dirty either, especially if I'm going to eat, Before he used his knife, he was picking up something off of it and wiping it in between meals. He was cleaning his fork off before using. Right here. I'm not kidding. I don't like my food touching either. I don't. I'm super picky. That's so funny that you noticed that, Meg. I didn't notice that, and I swear I'm the same way. Like, you're not going to see me like sitting there eating turkey and then going over and getting pie on the same fork as the turkey. No, nope. I'll get a separate plate for that and go back. Well, this is a big part of the speculation too. Megan says, I don't believe him either. I almost believe Green Hoodie is Katie's mother, now knowing she isn't on parole anymore and doesn't wear an ankle bracelet allegedly anymore. I mean, that has been the general consensus. So we did talk about that last night. And then also Voices of Truth was talking about the Green Hoodie. And, I just have to point back to, that's who Dog was really wanting us to focus on when he put out some of the footage of Sebastian and Katie leaving the restaurant. Sebastian was also walking toward the Green Hoodie person, and then Katie seems to have changed his trajectory and kind of guided him off around the standing ashtray. Sorry, I kicked my table. And then Sebastian walks around the standing ashtray and he watches Green Hoodie like a hawk. I mean, he doesn't take his eyes off of the interaction, even when he's walking and puts his hand on the car handle and he's standing there for what appears to be, from what we watched with Voices of Truth, for 10 seconds before he's led into the vehicle. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, right? it's a long time for him to be sitting there waiting. And then again, also, Green Hoodie comes out from the bushes. She's, waiting outside for Katie, it seems like. And then, she goes into the bathroom at the Texas Roadhouse. All very suspicious. But law enforcement didn't find it to be suspicious. And as a matter of fact, they didn't even find it to be relevant because they didn't even question the Green Hoodie person until December. And that was when Dog put out the footage showing the Green Hoodie person, right? And they were really quick to be like, oh, he's wrong, I mean, it stinks. Mark says, all my food can touch, it all ends up in the same place. Believe me, I've heard that so many times. So many times. People are like, it's all going in the same place, Yeah, sandwiches having your food touch. Like certain things, like, I don't know. I like barbecue, and then like with the coleslaw, I like it together. Because I worked at a place that had it like that, and I was like, that's really good. But I don't know, it just depends. I mix everything with mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes and corn is good. Like those two go together, so I could like put them near each other, and if I get a little bit of that's okay. I used to be way worse though. That's so funny. Michelle says, I have my theories, but I come in here and weigh out what is in front of me in my mind just to try to keep possible and probable always in place before drawing a conclusion. Yeah, I mean, it's really important to consider that too. And then like statistically, right? Like, so somebody asked, hey, Dr. Gary, is it common for, people on the spectrum to take their own lives? Like, that is a really great question, right? Because we need to consider that, it's important. And he says, that it's not, he said it's unusual. So, right there, it's like, okay, well, it's not that it's never happened, right? That it's impossible, but that it's improbable. So that's really smart, Michelle. Thank you. Ooh, that sounds so good. Thanksgiving string beans and olive oil, garlic. Oh yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing. Garlic, to me, I put garlic on everything. That would be something that I like to mix into everything, right? That's funny. Or hot sauce. I like hot sauce too. Yeah, I am too. I'm very disappointed in the whole thing, SI officer, and a lot of the people involved. Because why would you allow for this and why would you think it's okay? That's the worst. Yeah. Carla says that's the one thing they did on this case is clear Green Hoodie in 5 minutes, but poor Seth still not cleared. Ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. And I'd even say that would be true, about any of the parents if I didn't think that there was guilty knowledge, if Sebastian was caught on camera somewhere in the neighborhood, right? If his window was left unlocked, if they did an audit on the digital locks and saw that there was somebody that left the house at this time, I would believe that could be really that there would be a possibility of that. But since there is nothing like that, I can't say either way. And I just have to remind everybody that windows only lock from the inside. So if everything was locked, and that's why people were asking the Proud Feet, like, was everything locked? And even Web Sleuth, Trisha from Web Sleuth was like, was the house locked? And Chris Proudfoot said yes. And then she said, did Katie do that? And he's like, did Katie do what? And it's like, whoa, settle down there, Sparky, because all she's asking you is if Katie locked the doors up or did Sebastian lock the door, right? There were two people in the house. Sebastian's a 15-year-old kid. He's more than capable of locking doors. So, I mean, but it's weird. Like, did Katie do what? Did Katie do that? He's already defensive. That shows guilt. I'm sorry. You could have like an overconfidence that is wrong, or, overly confident isn't always great. But when you have somebody that's like constantly defensive like that, it's like, whoa. This isn't even a police officer asking you this. This is a lady, a podcaster asking you this. And you're like super defensive. Why? You know, if you had nothing to do with it, why would you worry? Oh, I don't know if Sebastian was able to tie his sneakers. That's a good question, Meg. I don't know. I would imagine so, since his sneakers have ties on them. Because I would think if he wasn't able to, they would do like a Velcro one or like the slip-on. The Skechers has the new slip-on ones that I saw. And actually, I think those have laces on them too, even so, but they're slip-ons. Good night, Bo. Thanks for being here. No, I don't know that green hoodie. I don't see how they could have cleared that person. I mean, they obviously didn't even look to see what she was doing. Otherwise, they would have known about her. It's like that. It was the first time it was brought to their attention, you know? Just like, you know, allegedly when Seth looks up and says, you know, did you check the prescription of Sebastian's glasses? And they look at him like, ooh, really? Is that, oh, okay. Yeah. What the heck? How else would you know if they were his? Oh, you just took Katie's word for it? Good grief. Foodies. SI officer. See, and I wouldn't ask CP shit because he's allegedly wasn't even effing there. I know, Meg, that's the thing. But he's always quick to chime in, right? He's always quick to chime in. But I will say, you know, obviously there were things that Katie didn't agree with that she wasn't enforcing. Because I don't think, and, you know, correct me if you guys noticed anything different, but it doesn't appear to me that Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at the Texas Roadhouse. He just doesn't seem like he was. Here's a closer picture. I mean, you can't really tell, and I hate to, you know, be intrusive because he doesn't deserve that. But I mean, to me, it looks like she might have been doing some things that she knew Sebastian could do, you know, didn't need that. Tina Von Young says, I always thought the green hoodie was a drug dealer, that Katie bought some rugs. Well, and you know, I initially thought that the handoff between Green Hoodie and Katie, what appears to be a handoff in my opinion, was possibly a key, possibly rugs, or possibly I mean, I guess those were my two biggest ones. Maybe a phone. A phone would have been my third one, I think. But hindsight and Mama Marissa and BMW Coop from Voices of Truth brought up a really good point today about the green hoodie and the interaction between Katie and the green hoodie, and the part where the green hoodie is walking away from Katie. They were speculating that maybe because the green hoodie, in my opinion, was basically like going like this to Katie, like yeah, you know, kind of thing, or whatever, okay, you know, that kind of motion at her as she was walking away. So they were speculating and saying, well, what if something happened where the green hoodie wasn't supposed to come out of the bushes? They were supposed to stay put, and they ended up coming out of the bushes. And then when Katie saw her, you know, Sebastian's trajectory changes, and then he's watching the interaction, you know, and he's also seems to be looking over there the whole entire, again, the whole time, even when his hand's on the door. And then perhaps, you know, she wasn't supposed to be out in front of the cameras and things like that. And, you know, I would have to agree that that would fit, especially the strange and odd nature of that interaction and of how like Green Hoodie came about, right? Because she came out from the bushes across the parking lot. So if I was doing this, I would sound like Judge Judy and Nancy Grace telling him he wasn't even there. So I don't know, or I don't want to hear a peep out of him. That's funny, SI officer. Exactly. Well, it is frustrating, right? It's like, you know, just let Katie talk. Just let her tell it. If you were on the phone, fine, you were on the phone. That doesn't mean you were there. You know, that means you had ears on the situation. Unless you're on a FaceTime, then you would have more know-how. But even still, you know, I don't think he deserves to peep either. Oh, Green Hoodie looks like KP's mother. Well, and remember, we all were under the impression that maybe it was a guy. Yeah, and he is telling on himself, and we know better. Well, and that's the thing, SI officer, even Chris McDonough was like, you know, oh gosh, juries love this. And, you know, investigators love when they do interviews and like, oh, good, you know, because it is out of the element of being asked questions, you know, a line of questioning from a law enforcement officer or somebody like that, right? So it's going to be a little bit different. And sometimes, especially like with Holly Thompson, she comes off to me as a very warm and caring person, but she doesn't come off to me as somebody who is looking for inconsistencies or holding someone's feet to the fire or even asking relevant follow-up questions. As a matter of fact, Holly Thompson did a lot of steering, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is she asked Katie, like, so when you got him up for school, did you go look and see if maybe he was in the shower? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but she did do that. And that was like leading, right? They would call that leading the witness, right? But that's what she's doing. Like, maybe he was in the shower, perhaps. And like, Katie's like, oh, yeah, you know? And it's like, no, don't give her any ideas. Let her answer. So again, and that's not, you know, Holly Thompson didn't go to school to be an investigator. Neither did I. I'm not an expert. But what I'm saying is that you could tell that, you know, she was more about like, oh, we want to keep hope alive, right? Well, yeah, sure, we want to keep hope alive. But I mean, it's been 8 days. They scaled the search back. Like, that's what I would have said to Holly Thompson. And I would have meant no disrespect. And people probably would have thought like, whoa, this lady's like not very nice. But I'd have been like, you know, 8 days, they scaled the search back yesterday, or to, you know, maybe it was that same day. I'm sure they knew as soon as that happened, you know, look, they scaled the search back. My son's still out there, you know. I'm hopeful, but I'm more curious as to where my son is. You know, that's what I'm focused on. I want to find my son, you know, so hope. I mean, I'm not going to lose hope anytime soon. But again, I just want to know where he is, you know. But then again, if you're the person who was last with him, maybe that's why you're not looking for him. And the more that they talk, the better, because sometimes they will, you know, say the wrong thing. Freudian slip, Katie with her past tense, and then, oh shit. Oh, I feel like we've been BS'd from the beginning. I do, SI officer, and I feel like they've tried to, you know, scold us, blame us, you know, well, how dare you? Hey, Lucy Day, you know, all of that. Instead of really like saying, hey, we appreciate, you know, your speculation. And I understand, you know, there's got to be times where it's very, very frustrating dealing with the public and our viewpoints and our opinions, and I get that, you know, but to become hostile because of it just leads me to believe that you have guilty knowledge and that you don't want us talking. And it'd just be better if we just shut up and don't bring it up again, right? Michelle says, sometimes I think KP rocking back and forth and staring down in a way to focus on something to keep her emotions in check when asked questions that may be incriminating, just so she doesn't look guilty. I agree with that, Michelle. I think that's a pretty fair assessment, especially because when you're being truthful with someone, you don't have a problem making eye contact. When you're not being truthful with someone, it's kind of hard to look at someone and bull-faced lie to them if you have a conscience, which, I'd like to believe she does in some capacity if she's doing that, looking down instead of right at the person, I mean, and again, just a baseline is helpful because, some people, I'm one of them. If I'm like telling somebody a lie, it's hard for me not to smile, like it's one of those things where that's my giveaway. Hers might be looking down, some people, I forget what the scientific thing is where it's like, if you look up into the right or up into the left, I can't remember what it is that you're one of them is recalling, the other one's trying to tell a lie, right? I can't remember between the two, but yeah, I know. There's so many good ones today too. Sammy G said, I haven't gotten a chance to watch Voices of Truth or today's Mob. I feel so behind, but Mob Short was spot on. I hope one day Lady Freedom and Mob will do a show together. Oh, I would love that, Sammy. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me get it done. Okay, there we go. That would be awesome. Yeah. Well, and just the way that Chris puts together like the field of views on the camera and then the neighborhood cameras as a whole, I mean, definitely makes me believe that Sebastian would have definitely had to have known the camera's locations and how to dodge them. I'm, again, never going to say that Sebastian isn't capable of doing that, but it would be very hard, especially if he didn't know anybody in the neighborhood, right? Like if he knew all the kids in the neighborhood and been to their houses and things like that, I would think, okay, maybe he did know how to avert some of the cameras, or Sebastian himself, had like a camera jammer with him or something. That would be the only way I could, even think that. The fun fact statement was on. Yeah. And I think, Mark, that was the giveaway to the fact that Katie was listening to what other people were saying about her, like, because she was very annoyed, right? Like, oh, I'm not explaining it to you guys. You could Google that, but fun fact, I did make him breakfast. She made another statement on Queen Bee about that and said, yes, Sebastian can read. And it's like, well, nobody thought he couldn't read. You're the one that said weird things about him. Patricia Szymanski, his 8th grade teacher, said that Sebastian was a great student, that he was very smart, that he was creative. Another teacher said that he enjoyed her class because he liked small spaces and things like that, so all good things. But yeah, I agree. The fun fact, I think, was odd. And I think it was kind of like a dig, like, oh, let me tell you, you guys, because I'm sure there are people out there that was like, well, what about breakfast? Did you guys get up and eat breakfast? Because she doesn't tell those details, not even for herself. So, like, I was always curious, did Katie take a shower before bed, or did she take one in the morning before she woke Sebastian up? And what time did she wake up? Because we never were told, like, I got up and made myself a cup of coffee, or, washed up. Sometimes, people just wash their face, whatever, brush their teeth and get on with their day. Some people don't drink coffee. I mean, I was just curious, and I thought it was weird, especially because, again, I don't know what time Katie started work, but if Sebastian gets up at 6 and then he's got to be out to the corner for the bus at 7, that gives him about 50 minutes to get ready. And then does Katie take a shower when he leaves and she doesn't have to be at work till 9? You know, because like, does she work a 9 to 5 schedule? We never hear that. And if you were innocent, why wouldn't you want people to know your exact whereabouts? And the same goes for your husband. You know, I'd be wanting my husband to be, you know, not looked at like this, you know, even if he was an asshole who hit my kid with the belt, right? Let's just take that off of it. Like, you know, that doesn't make him, you know, someone who would commit red rum. So, like, look, even though I know you guys have this bad image, look, this is where he was. This is what he was doing, right? Here's our phone records. I don't care what I had to give up. Because at the end of the day, law enforcement's not telling them that they can't do that. I'd be side-eyeing them really bad if I was law enforcement, knowing they're not even trying. I think, you know, and that's a good point. SI officer says, I think maybe a small jammer was exchanged. Those jammers could be like the size of a watch. So, I mean, I think that's very possible for that to be. Yeah. Carla says, if they saw me rocking, they would probably think I'm guilty. I rock hard when I'm sitting still, trying to break the habit. Yeah, you know, I mean, I've noticed, like if I'm waiting, I don't rock this way, but I rock this way sometimes. And I don't know what it is. I think it's like out of boredom. Really, it's not. Maybe it's my anxiety too, though. So yeah, Carla, don't feel bad because you know, it's just part of, you know, the personality. And that's another thing where a baseline is important, right? Because is it typical, and especially from Katie's trauma, right, to do something like that? Because that could be from my trauma too, why I do that. I never did it until after. So, but I do notice myself doing it, and then I'll stop myself because I'm like, you look crazy. But, you know, but I do. I think it's a little bit out of boredom, a little bit, you know, maybe trauma. I don't know. But establishing that, to, you know, is that usually how Katie copes with a stressful situation? You know, is it, that's important to establish. She wanted a cookie for doing the mom thing. Yeah, Sammy, like, I think that she really thought that she was going to fool everybody. I really do. And I think that Duchess for the Missing helped her do that. I really do. I think that she intentionally was telling Chris and Katie what people were saying so that way they can craft their story. Because that's another one that, you know, knew Katie's family prior to all of this and got linked up that way, and, you know, was like, hey, I got your back, which is fine. Everybody needs someone. But I mean, and I don't know, like I said, not everybody's going to think like me, but if I was to listen back to the interview that they gave me in the first 7 days, right? Day 7, I believe, was Duchess's interview with the Proud Feet, the very first one they did before. It was like their warm up for Holly Thompson, in my opinion. And the fake crying and crap, I would be like, okay, you know, that would be the last interview, in my opinion. And maybe I would want to, you know, maybe I would want to get them back up there just to see, but, you know, don't, again, it's like what Dr. Brucato said, you're insulting my intelligence. Like, I feel like you think I'm stupid, you know what I mean? Like, with that fake crying, don't do that, you know, be real with me, be straight with me. And I can't with people like that. And some people may look at that and think, oh yeah, that's a genuine response. To me, it's faked. You know, oh, he could go to his dad's anytime. I mean, if the camera wasn't on, you guys might believe that shit. I would hope not. It was terrible, you know, but that's how bad Katie was, in my opinion. You know, I mean, fake. Yeah, thank you. SI officer says rocking and tapping is a coping mechanism for anxiety. Yeah, I tried to learn the taps because I know that's another thing, like in the EMDR therapies and stuff like that. But They also had one for bad thoughts. It was like a rubber band, and you like snap it if you have a bad thought. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's the last thing I need. You know what I mean? So they're snapping that thing on myself all 24/7. It was a bad coping mechanism somebody gave me in counseling, and I'm like, you can make me look crazier than anybody. I don't know. You know, Sammy, she did seem paranoid at the Texas Roadhouse, and like also like looking around, right? She was like, but not like looking around. Like, I don't know. I do that. And I like to people watch too. So sometimes like if I'm just sitting there, you know, eating at a restaurant, there's times where, you know, I might take a glance around, see who's around me, right? I always like to kind of know who's behind me mostly too, and, you know, where the exits are and things. Again, I'll show my crazy. But, you know, it's like I like to be aware of my surroundings. And I get that, but like she was like squinty eyed, like she was trying to not, there was something sneaky, very sneaky about it. Yeah, you know, I think that KP could have some social anxiety issues. Yeah, I think there's a level of shyness there, but I also think that she uses that to manipulate others. I do, because, well, we've just seen so many sides of Katie, right? And we still don't even know who Katie is. She's very good at portraying herself as somebody, hey, Robini. No, Kiki went to sleep. She went to sleep earlier. Katie has done a really great job of like portraying herself depending on who she's speaking with. So what I mean by that is Katie can be very manipulative, in my opinion. And, you know, and it would just be thinking ahead, and it would be more believable if you did the Only Hands interview and you actually did cry. But because you didn't, it's absolutely disingenuous, and it's a bull-faced lie to say that you guys couldn't show your faces on camera because you were too emotional. So, because if you're too emotional, then you can't stop the tears from flowing. And I've been like that, you know? I mean, and anybody that's in an emotional state has been there, where it's like, oh my gosh, I can't stop crying, you know? And I get that. And I would never want to say to a mother, well, no, you're not really crying. You know, that's a terrible thing to say. I agree. And then hopefully somebody doesn't watch this and think, well, gosh, that lady has no compassion, because I do. But it's so disingenuous, excuse me, that it turns me off completely, and you lose me, right? Like, you had me, and now you lost me. And that's how it was with Katie in the interview with Duchess. You know, and Duchess is going, take your time. And Katie is like, you know, I mean, come on. It's fake. It's phony. And don't tell me, you know, don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Okay? Because that's what you're doing. Again, insulting my intelligence, acting like I can't tell between you crying or not because I can't see your face. But I could tell you, if you're too emotional and you've got tears streaming down your face and you got snot running down your nose, you're going to take your hands away from whoever's hand you're holding, and you're going to wipe your face. You're going to wipe the tear away. You're not going to just let them sit there and run. Unless you're Katie Proudfoot and your son's been missing for a year and you want to make sure that everybody sees all the tears. So you'll just leave them then, because she did that on her year interview. I thought somebody sprayed her in the face with a mister, like the one I have for my little air plant, you know, like it's like a, you know, and I thought maybe somebody spritzed her face because, you know, I mean, it was like either that or it was sweat pouring down. I don't know which one it was. But it was not genuine. It was fake. It was phony. And it was like they lost me right there when they did that. And, you know, Caitlin Miller made it a point when she shared that interview on her Facebook page to caption the interview and let us all know what Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot told her and why they couldn't be on camera. Because I guarantee you, Caitlin Miller was sitting across from them and she's like, oh, hell no. Again, don't insult my intelligence. No, I didn't hear the audio from Ellie. Which one was it? What was it, Robini? Oh, I know. I wish they would have disclosed who Green Hoodie was. Sammy, a Green Hoodie or someone. I've been lying all crazy, looking around. No one said they saw her do that at the restaurant before or since. Well, yeah, and I mean, it is odd. Well, especially when you have all these weird characters around the, you know, the Roadhouse. Yeah. Oh, that's another great point, Mark. You know, yeah, security cameras are not working from an installer is almost impossible to believe, but okay. Yeah, just as impossible, in my opinion, you know, the fact that they said that they didn't have security cameras, but Katie worked for Brinks, you know, a home security. I mean, and again, she's an installer, but I'm sure they have some kind of a discount. And then two, coupled with the fact that Chris was rarely home and her and Sebastian were alone, you know, I would feel safer with that in place. I mean, even having a child on the spectrum, a teenager it's probably good. Even a teenager in general is good to have cameras just in case, you know, they get froggy and decide, oh, I'm just going to go out one night or whatever. Oh, okay. Oh, is that where the purple hoodie came from, Robini? I remember NYC family. I want to make sure I say it correctly. I remember NYC family mentioning the purple hoodie and asking Seth in his live, does Sebastian own a purple hoodie? And Seth is like, purple? No. So I don't know. I didn't hear LE ever talk about the purple hoodie before. That might be why, you know? Yeah, exactly, Mark. That's a great point. As a guy, you know, he says if I worked out of town, they would for sure be working. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would think, especially without a guy in the house. I mean, I think women are strong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, you know, but in the same way, it you know, from a man's perspective too, you would think, and especially with Chris being such a control freak, and also Nina said, you know, what about your cameras? And then Chris didn't say anything. So even Nina remembers there being cameras. And don't forget, you know, little Faith is coming home and telling her mom things like, hey, they cleared out Sebastian's room, and, you know, things like that. I mean, you know, a little kid, I never underestimate them, even when they're very, very small. Because like I said, they've done studies on kids that were 2 years old. I think they were 2 and 3 years old. And they would give them unequal amounts of, you know, say jelly beans. And, you know, I'm not quoting this study 100%, but I'm just saying, you know, and say they gave one child 5 jelly beans and the other child only got 2. The child that got 5 jelly beans understands that they received more and that there was an injustice done just as much as the one that only received 2 jelly beans, you know. So they can absolutely recognize that, you know, human beings as a whole, we can all recognize that at a very young age when something isn't fair or isn't equal, right? So I never underestimate kids in that regard, because they can tell these things early on. Yeah, and they wanted to do the search on the home and then go from there, etc. Oh, that's interesting, Robini. I'm gonna have to go look at that. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I mean, it's just all of these things on top of another. It was on the dispatch audio from night 1. Thanks, Robini. Wow. See, now that I'm gonna have to go over and watch. I have a whole list. I'll add Kiki and Mob to that one. Yeah, that's really interesting. Because, like I said, I do remember that question being asked, and I always wondered, why would somebody think that Sebastian had a purple hoodie? Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Is that perhaps because of the trash can video? Or the supposed, they haven't showed it to us, but was that because they saw whoever took the trash out that night in a purple hoodie? I wonder. Okay, it's a short. Thank you, Robini. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, I wonder if that's where it came from. Because again, Katie maintains that the FBI confirmed that was Sebastian, and then why haven't they showed it to us? What damage is it going to do to release the trash can video, right, of Sebastian taking the can to the end of the driveway, which was his chore, which Katie told us was his chore. And then Chris also told us that was the way that he, got him to clean his room, was that, he would put everything in there and make Sebastian take the bag to the street. Can't forget that ever. Okay, Rob Beatty says that's what I'm wondering, or saw something on another cam. Yeah. And again, Seth said it was so grainy that you couldn't even make it out, and so did Bobby the neighbor. So I'm wondering how someone could, even law enforcement, could decipher a purple hoodie. The hoodie that we saw Katie wearing that night was more of a navy blue. I thought it was black at first, but then when I reviewed it further, I noticed that it was like a navy blue. Yeah, I was thinking it might be KP, or even, that's the only harm I can see, is if we all look at that and say, oh, there's no way that's Sebastian. That looks like someone else. That would be the only harm in it, in my opinion. Well, guys, I have bent your ears now for 4 hours. So I'm gonna hop off, but and I want to watch some of these really good videos. Definitely go over and check out Voices of Truth. Absolutely. Because there was a lot of great information. I even need to go back and rewatch, and maybe we could share some tomorrow. I haven't fully gotten together what we will do tomorrow, but I do think it's important that we maybe review some of this this alleged heart rate increase, and I was a little reluctant to do it, but I think that it could really hurt if we just look at it purely speculative. I think it could maybe shed some light on, what may have happened at 3 a.m. if there's multiple events all together. Let's just put it that way. If there's multiple events, I think we should explore it, Thank you, Rob Beanie. Thank you, Mark. You have a great weekend too. I hope I see you guys tomorrow. Sunday, I might take off Sunday, but I haven't completely, because like I said, I really want to put together somewhat of a timeline. It's going to be really tough. I mean, I've been working on it, but thank you, SI officer. It's just kind of tough with everything changing the way it has from Katie's perspective, you know, because even when she talked on Dateline, you know, it was, oh, I went and looked for him in his bathroom. What? You never said that. Even when, you know, Holly Thompson prompted you to say that, you didn't say that. So, you know, it's just difficult, and I want to make sure we get a good timeline. But I mean, if we're to believe that he made it home, you know, 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. is a long time, long time, you know, unaccounted for, and with only Katie to go by, you know, that's what's tough. That's the most tough. So, I would have approached the watch stuff with the car shim until SF came out to tell us how he had 3,000 lines of data. Oh, sorry, Sammy. Let me see here. Oh, scroll down just a little bit. And it's nothing so that, sorry, this darn thing, it wants me to click this link. So that's got me confident that it's something allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I agree. When SF comes out and does that crazy stuff like that, or tries to make us look over here like, oh, the construction area, and then not over here, I that leaves me to pause too. Yeah, yeah, it's like a yellow flag. Caution, right? Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for your super sticker. That's so sweet of you. Aw, thank you. You guys are so awesome. I really appreciate you. Little Miss Sharon says, I'm back. Yes, I'm still here. I know, barely, right? No, we just had such good conversation. And again, I appreciate you guys letting me know. I know it's like not, you know, widely accepted to talk about other creators, but I think in a good way, in a positive way, it's good. And then sharing out, because we really need to work together, you know, I mean, and let each other know, you know, be like, well, this is what I found. And I think that that could really help us at least kind of straighten out some of this stuff. But I so appreciate you guys hanging with me, and I love having you guys. Stay safe, and say prayers for Sebastian. Send out his flyer, Facebook, you know, all of the social medias. Ask your friends and family to do it, please. And, you know, let's stay focused on trying to figure out what happened here and trying to find Sebastian. I think we can definitely make a huge impact, even when people say, oh, what is that really doing? I think it's helping. I think it's bringing more awareness. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing.